All right, so we're going to start with this. You may or may not know that Dakota Johnson and Role Model, that's the person's name, Role Model.
Yeah, the artist, yeah.
Sparked dating rumors late last year. What kind of artist?
Singing artist. He goes, Sally, you get feelings coming around.
Singing artist?
Yeah, he's a singer.
Oh, okay, a singer.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant like a painter or sculptor or something along those lines.
I like that song.
Yeah.
There's a restaurant named Sally near me, and I sing it every time I walk by.
So they were first seen together looking real cozy while out for dinner, and then they were spotted again in January holding hands while out and about, and it looks like things are still going strong between the two of them. Dakota and Role Model were seen together at the Paul McCartney Rocks the Fonda show on Saturday night at the Fonda Theater in Los Angeles.
You made me aware of her underwear ad.
Oh, my goodness.
Holy mother of God.
So she's doing an ad. Was it Calvin Klein? Or I'm not
I think
sure.
it's Calvin Klein.
But she's going full on sexy. Big time.
Yeah,
Case.
I need to see
You
that.
really, I mean,
you do need to see it.
playing pool and all of these.
Topless.
Yeah.
Laying on the pool
Oh.
table.
Oh.
Stuff like that. Yeah, it's very, very hot. So they were at the Paul McCartney concert. I don't know if Paul saw them in the audience or not, but there were a ton of celebs in attendance.
Who are you? You're the chick from the underwear ad.
There were a ton of
I got a boner.
celebrities in the audience at the show, but gossip site Dumois.
So let me get this straight. Your name is Role Model? It's stupid!
He stopped the entire show.
He didn't like it.
To point it out. Despite all the so Dumois has pictures of the two of them leaving the concert together. There's so much that Paul doesn't like.
What
about
happened to Paul and normal names like Ringo?
So this ad has been running the whole time we've been doing this.
Okay, here's why.
Yeah.
When she hits the pool cue, her boob does this little jiggle, and it is so hot.
Oh my God! Yes, Marissa. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I had not noticed that before.
Oh my gosh!
And it's on a loop here, so we keep getting the jiggle over and over.
So her arm
yes, I noticed.
covers like her nipple, and you just see like this little under jiggle.
Yeah.
Well, she's
Very
playing it.
sexy.
You got to remember her first movies that really caught heat were the 50 Shades of Grey movies.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Despite all the sightings of them together, neither has made any public statement just yet about their rumored romance.
This is my doorman. His name is Doorman.
Over a week after ABC pulled the plug on her Bachelorette season, Taylor Frankie Paul made her return to Instagram.
God, so exciting.
She didn't speak about anything that's been happening. Instead, she shared a video of her practicing on the piano. And she wrote in the vid that she, quote,
I'm not blowing hard enough.
was just, no, you use your fingers. She was just playing around and found, I kind of like this. That's what she said.
She's going to be a great artist.
She doesn't show her face in the video. We just see her from the back as she's wearing a hoodie. And she said, I learned this today for no reason. And
She's good. No, not like that. Wasn't Yosemite Sam her music teacher?
Well, yeah, but she kept getting it wrong.
She kept getting it wrong.
Yeah, so you can hear the sour note, and then she just,
You stupid rabbit!
yeah.
Like this!
I'll never get tired of that bit. But and he calls her Rabbit. It's
Rabbit
just-
is her pet
it's
name.
a pet
Literally
name.
a pet name.
Yeah, so but she wrote, I think I think I have a real future in piano is what she wrote in the caption. All right, you can't call it wedded bliss, at least not yet, not officially, but Tom Holland and Zendaya seem to be getting along wonderfully well, except for one thing.
What?
In a new interview, the actress admitted she's jealous of one thing that her man can do that she can't. When asked, who's the person in your life you're most jealous of, Zendaya said, I wouldn't say jealous, but I do think sometimes people, specifically my own person, who can do backflips like that kind of pisses me off. Because I'm like, what do you mean you could just do a backflip? It's unfair. I've never been able to do a backflip, and I'd love to.
Something that is really terrific to watch. They're a collection of filming scenes, behind the scenes of the Spider-Man movie.
Mm-hmm.
And like that scene that he did, that was just sort of a passive thing where he's shooting the video into the phone. and he does the backflip in the hotel room.
Yeah, he's just sitting on the hotel bed or whatever.
But
Yeah.
he's executing all of these, real Spider-Man moves, which are amazing.
Case, have you ever been able to do?
No.
No.
Standing
'cause
backflip, no.
Yeah, I know, obviously, you can do it off of a board. You could do the back handspring at one point, but was it just because you were too afraid to give it a real go?
No, I just my technique is all wrong. I don't. But there was a guy who listens to the show who swears that he can teach me even at 50 years old how to do a standing backflip. But we even had I could do a backflip off of I could run up a tree. I could do a backflip if I put my foot in your hand. I could do a back. In fact, I did that on stage when I was in high school for my play.
Would you even consider doing it now?
I don't think so. I just don't think I have it in me.
I think it's worth the risk.
Yeah.
As much as I would like to see you do it for our radio program and our video that we have, but at this age,
I bet you Christopher Reeve saw this.
That one got by me. Sorry, I'm never going to be able to do it.
The backflip.
I lived this life and I can't do a backflip.
I used to be able to do full body flip and
but land on your back,
right?
right?
Absorb it was like a stunt move.
Yeah.
And I would do it. I wouldn't even go anywhere near. I'm afraid walking.
Yeah, I could come close to landing a front flip, where you basically kind of land on your heels and then end up on your butt anyway.
Right.
But
I did backflips on trampolines regularly, but that was pretty much it.
I don't know why it
diving
is that it's so when on a diving board for me doing front flips were easier because you could see everything, but backflips were harder because it was like a blind landing. But on a trampoline, landing a backflip is way easier than it is.
God, I love the trampoline when we used to have that.
Yeah.
They'd bring the trampolines in high school. Friggin' loved them.
Yeah, my neighbors had one, so I lived on that thing. It was so much fun.
Would you ever get one again?
No, dude, my knees. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And the last time I went, so my friends own a playground equipment company.
Oh, right.
And we used to take the kids over to their warehouse, and they would just go for hours. And I'm like, dude, I used to be pretty good on a trampoline. Let me get up there and jump around for a little bit. And this is 18 years ago, maybe more. And I'm on there for 5 minutes, and I'm like, I got to take a break.
We need a priest. We need a priest.
It was even then, even 18 years ago, it was too much work for me, man. But it's a great workout, and they're so much fun.
Didn't you F up your ankle at the bounce zone or whatever the hell it was called?
No, it wasn't my ankle. I actually tore the ligament in my foot. Like an a-hole trying to jump into a foam pit. And listen, getting out of a foam pit is hard enough without a torn, I almost said ACL, without a torn ligament. But
dude,
I felt it midair. I don't even know what I did in the air. It was like one of those, I'm going to do a flip. I don't know if I did a flip. I don't know what I did. And it was the very first jump of the night. But I did, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Marissa found a YouTube video. It's a full compilation of just Tom Holland doing flips and tricks and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's impressive to see people do that stuff. There was a guy in high school. He was the backflip guy.
Yeah.
And he would, and one time we were at a party. I wasn't there, but he was drunk, and he full on face planted. Messed up his face bad, man.
There are moments in my life where I think I might have actually died at this point, and that this is the afterlife. But, that flip that I was telling you about, where I put my foot in your hands, and so my buddy and I.
You're like Paul McCartney. We swapped you out.
Yeah, well, so my buddy John and I, it was our senior farewell dance. It was like a couple of nights before graduation, and we were having it was a dance circle. I was having a dance off with this guy Scott, and I was like, I got to do the backflip, and so I go to do it, and my foot slipped out of John's hands. And I continued to jump, and I literally basically did a back handspring, but not with my hands, but landed my head
right on top?
On the linoleum, tile floor in the high school cafeteria. I don't know how I didn't get paralyzed.
Yeah.
I don't. All I know is I looked up, and everybody in the dance circle was looking at me like, Jesus Christ, did this guy, what, you know?
Yeah.
And I remember dancing over my buddy Vinny, and I was like, dude, I am in so much pain right now. And there were after parties that I didn't go to
how
them.
many classic stories of people who, diving into a pool, doing a jump off something, and that 1 second makes them paralyzed for life.
Yep.
Here's a text from somebody that says, 41 years old, went to Sky Zone with my son, attempted backflip, tore patella. There you go.
And their kids doing it all over the place.
All right, I have a few other stories. Ryan Gosling is definitely family first. At a press event for Project Hail Mary at the Directors Guild of America headquarters, he stopped a moderator as he tried to wrap things up and said, "Can I stop you 1 second?" And then he said, "Carlos, Carlo, are you in the audience? Where's Carlo Mendez? Can you stand up for a second?" As the man stands up, Ryan says, "Okay, how many of you are directors? Raise your hands. How many are producers? How many are writers?" All as hands went up, he said, "Okay, this is Carlo Mendez, Eva Mendez's brother, which is his wife, so that's his brother-in-law." He said he's the hardest working, non-working actor in this town that I have ever met. So my Hail Mary is, please hire this man. He deserves it. If you're writing something, directing something, put him in it. He deserves it.
That's a nice shot. Yeah.
Very nice of him to do that.
Do we know if anyone took him up on that request?
No, not that I know of. So we'll see if that comes to pass. All right. So Tiger Woods has had 3 major crashes over the last several years, including one that had him bedridden for a considerable amount of time and almost ended his career. So why does someone with his money and his poor driving record not hire a driver? We've talked about this. A source apparently close to him tells People magazine it's Tiger's need for privacy that gets in the way of that. They said he doesn't want anyone to watch over him or know what he is doing. He said that Woods is adamant that when it comes to driving, he's got this. He thinks he's fine. He's fine to drive. Yeah.
Now, Marissa, you might have hit on this yesterday when you said that. Like, if, he says privacy, but like if he's doing something dirty, like going and getting some pills somewhere,
hooking up with a waitress from Perkins.
Yeah, totally.
I was watching Green Book recently, and there's a one time when he gets arrested, the person that he's protecting, and he was like, the driver says, "I'm supposed to be with you everywhere." And he's like, "This was the one time I thought you didn't want to go with me." He was going to have a sexual encounter. And whatever.
Yeah, so maybe it might be the case, but that's according to this particular source. So, all right, the upcoming 3rd movie in the Frozen franchise will reportedly include a huge wedding. While it had previously been rumored that Anna and Kristoff would tie the knot in the film, the movie's directors have seemingly confirmed it. While giving a tour of the new world of Frozen at Disneyland's Paris Disney Adventure World, co-directors Jennifer Lee and Trent Corey let the cat out of the bag as they met Anna and Elsa inside their meet and greet location, at the just opened land. Jennifer says, "We hear there are big wedding plans happening." The girl portraying the queen replied, "Oh, yes, I'm so excited." Trent then asks if she's doing all the wedding planning, to which Anna says, "Olaf says he likes to be in charge of all the party planning in Arendelle. And he told us that him and Kristoff have been planning a really big surprise for the Snowflower Festival."
If I'm remembering correctly, at the end of number 2, Elsa killed everyone in that neighboring town?
Yes. Yeah. In Weaseltown. Yes. Wesselton.
Yeah.
It is scheduled for release in 2020.
Shelbyville.
27, by the way. Hoot, hoot, hoot. So I don't know. Maybe they'll bring Shelbyville in and she'll freeze them all to death. All right, an on-set injury to series star Sophie Turner has put production of Tomb Raider on pause. While the exact nature of the injury was not announced, it's said to be considered relatively minor. In a statement, Amazon MGM Studios said Sophie Turner recently experienced a minor injury. As a precaution, productions briefly paused to allow her time to recover.
I heard her left ear was torn off.
Oh, man. And they said, "We look forward to resuming production as soon as possible." She stars, of course, as Lara Croft in the Prime Video adaptation, and Tomb Raider is expected to premiere sometime next year.
I hope that's good.
Yeah, I do too.
Always love the video game series. Love the Angelina Jolie version.
Yeah, and I don't know why it's never really. Both of those movies, the one with Alicia Vikander was good too.
Terrific.
But didn't make me go, wow.
Yeah.
I got to watch that again. You know what I mean?
They were always in the neighborhood. They were never completely sticking the landing.
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking forward to what they do with this one. All right, this was my favorite story of the morning. Former The Cosby Show star Jeffrey Owens, who made headlines a few years ago when he was seen working at Trader Joe's, is back in front of the cameras. Owens, who played Elvin Thibodeau for 7 years on the sitcom, will be playing Dr. Clay Barrett, a cardiothoracic surgeon in the hit series The Pit on HBO Max.
That's wonderful news.
Isn't that great news, Kaz?
The Pit.
after he was outed working at a grocery store in 2014.
Rudy, did you hear Elvin's on the pit?
Owens quit his job, worried that the newfound attention would be disruptful. He received support from many of the industry, including Tyler Perry, who offered him a role on the OWN drama, The Haves and Have-Nots. And Nicki Minaj had also given him $25,000, which he ended up donating to charity because he said at the time it seemed like the right thing to do.
Dear Elvin, I'd love you to go to the local CVS and pick me up some medicine.
Can you write prescriptions?
Can you write scripts for sedatives? You know, something you wouldn't taste in wine. Get back to me ASAP.
So he will appear in episode 13 of the second season of The Pit, which will be coming out on Thursday, which is really cool. I'm happy for him. That's awesome.
Just thinking about this, Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Oh,
He's gone.
That was so sad to think about. I know.
You know, I was normally going to the Theo.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
it just blows my mind that Cosby's still around and Theo's gone.
Yep, exactly. So let me see. Time we got here. Yeah, I got time for a couple more stories. Speaking of being gone, Eric Dane's performance in Euphoria is being teased in a new trailer for the upcoming third season.
They should leave it alone.
The second trailer release for the hit HBO series features the late actors. He reunites with Hunter Schafer's Jules, along with glimpses of Rue Bennett's, who's played by Zendaya, move into drug smuggling. Euphoria Season 3 premieres Sunday, April 12th, 9 p.m. Eastern on HBO and HBO Max as well.
Did you watch his Netflix, My Last Words?
I didn't, no.
It is amazing. He's there. He's basically, officially, publicly issuing his last words. He lived longer than that, obviously, but not by much.
Yep.
But it's very clear. He was very heartfelt. It was an amazing thing.
Yeah. Seeing people like that when they're at the end, and they know they're at the end.
Right.
It's very special, but it's kind of hard to
It's hard to see.
You know what I mean?
It's like James Vanderbeek delivered a really inspiring message with all that he was going through.
All right, Disney got the best of both worlds with the airing of its Hannah Montana 20th anniversary special. Miley Cyrus's celebration of the show that kickstarted her career reached 6.3 million views in its first 3 days of streaming. With that success also came a big jump in viewership for the OG series. Hannah Montana itself was up over 1,000% over the last week compared to the week before it.
Can I say she's been looking terrific lately?
Yeah.
And I've seen a number of interviews with people that have worked with her over the years that say nothing but great things about her professionalism.
Yeah.
And that, so it's a time to rethink Miley, I guess.
Maybe.
You know?
Yeah, I've always liked her. She never really
there was something
rubbed me the wrong way.
kind of grated against me.
Is it on the Wrecking Ball stage?
Yeah, kind of,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess.
The tongue thing for a little while.
Yeah, I don't like her teeth either. It's those things.
Yeah.
The story behind the video, like I Can Buy My Own Flowers. Do you know that song?
No.
I know the song. Actually, that's the one song of hers that I actually really like a lot.
And so it was because when she was supposed to get married to
Chris Hemsworth? Liam Hemsworth.
Their song was going to be Bruno Mars. And so she pretty much remixed his song, and then she filmed the video in the house where he cheated on her.
Is that
And
the
it's
story?
just like, yeah.
The story is that Liam cheated on her?
Yeah.
I had not heard that.
Wow.
And so it's like this sexy video where she's dancing and looks hot and is swimming in the pool, and she's just kind of like, screw you.
Okay.
I can do it without you.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well,
The journey is usually the part that you remember anyways.
all right. Hang on. Clips. Let's do those. Boston surgeon relocates to a small Maine fishing village after developing a blood phobia in Best Medicine. And here, Josh Segarra shares how the show connects with its audience.
And I think our show very smartly, in every episode will take you on a journey with the medical aspects, right? You're going to be figuring out puzzle pieces and the mystery of what's going on. And while that's going on, you're going to have all these characters that I hope people fall in love with.
I don't think I want to see it.
New episode of Best Medicine airs tonight. You can find that at 8 p.m. on Fox. Here's our next clip. A single mother with genius-level intelligence helps the LAPD solve crimes in high potential. And here, Amira J. details the difference between her and the character that she plays.
We're very different in a lot of ways. For one, she's great at art. I am like stick figures, and that's about it. Cannot do art at all. Her style is very different from mine. Her just home life and the way she's grown up is very different from me, but that's what I think drew me to Ava in the first place, was how different she is for me.
Could you shut up?
New episodes of High Potential airs tonight, 9 p.m. That's on ABC.
That is a good show. As a police procedural, she does a great job. Caitlin does a terrific job.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen it? Have you ever?
No.
Yeah, it's really well done.
I have to catch up. I love the B storyline too.
Yes,
With
yeah,
the
yeah.
missing husband.
Yep.
All right, that is the entertainment report for this morning. We've got a few things teed up for today. One of them being a conversation with our good friend, director and actor, Mr. Kevin Smith. And he's got a really cool thing coming up. Actually, a couple of them this weekend. He's doing Die Hard live on stage at the Schmod Castle in Red Bank. And he is going to be playing the part of Hans Gruber.
It's perfect.
I love it. And then there's an event coming up with Jay and Silent Bob that he'll tell us about on the 18th as well. So we'll talk to Kevin in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's take a break and come back in just a moment and keep things moving forward on this Tuesday. We'll return shortly.
That was fairly early on. I'd only met Gary once at the Camp Out for Hunger where he gave me a bullet.
He was giving bullets.
He was
to a lot of
handing
people.
out bullets.
Was at the Plymouth meeting. So I didn't realize, because Casey's impression was, passable, but, I could have hurt. I didn't know it at that point or recognize the hotline number, obviously. Boy, was that. Because somebody said he was acting like an idiot, and I had to get in and, oh, my God. Well, that's a good drop. I'm sure you're going to use that
We'll use that a lot, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
Oh, yeah. And in fact, Casey, I know you're renaming that, but I want to hear that pause,
Okay.
the lip smack, and then the realization.
Okay, you gotta give me-
Before we go to our, you know what, let's do our
do it
last
after.
contest.
Okay, yeah.
And we'll do it on the way out.
Just one more line.
We have one more. I'm going to go to Mike. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
Wonderful. All right, Mike, you're going to be going up against another Bill. All right. Hey, Bill, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Bill. We had this last matchup. It's between you and Mike. We're going to start with Mike. Mike, it's Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Give us your best and go for it.
Something's wrong here. Santa's got to go.
Okay. We'll go next to Bill and see how he does. Bill, you give us the line.
I don't know what you want from me. Santa's got to go.
All right. What are we gonna? Who are we gonna vote for, Nick?
They were both a little rushed, but I think that Bill actually did the better of the two Bills.
Okay, Kathy
Correct.
and
Same.
Steve.
Yeah. There was an improv on the one performance.
I've
Casey?
been come to known as, but I go with Bill as well.
And I will go with Bill too. We got our winner, Mike. Thank you for calling in, bud. Bill beat ya, and here is what we have for Bill as a prize.
All right, Bill. What we have for you is a pair of tickets to see the next chapter in the Wizarding World series, Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore, is now in theaters. Plus, you also get 2 tickets to experience the original film that started it all, as the Philadelphia Orchestra performs Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone live in concert while the full movie plays on the big screen. And that's going to be Saturday, July 23rd at The Man.
All right, let's play back just this realization moment that Bill had when Kay found out. He realized that Casey was pranking him. Here we go.
It was reported that you were either inebriated, high, or a combination of both.
I was so high and so drunk. I had such a good time, man.
Is this Casey?
You just called the hotline.
Oh, my God.
I need your consent. Can we play this on the air?
Everything except the f***ing asshole part.
All right, thank you. I'll clean it up so you can hear it.
You're such a good sport, Bill. You are.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Wait, Casey, you told him that Gary had done something in the mixer?
I don't remember.
Gary was just being Gary, and so he's you have to border collie him a little bit.
I think we
whether he's
inflated
handing
it.
out bullets or whatever, but and so that was the issue.
Yep.
All right, it's all for the show. All right, I'm here for you guys.
Santa's got to go, right?
Good show. All right. Wait, what grade does this segment get?
Oh, I'll give it an A minus.
There's always room for improvement.
Wow. Bill Weston, ladies and gentlemen.
Santa's got to go.
All right, we got to take a break.
Stop talking.
And feel free to talk like Bill Weston today, because that's what it's all about, folks. We're going to break. When we come back, we are going to have actor Ke Kwan on the show, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Their lead music
Out with it was in BuzzFeed a little while back, and I wanted to kind of explore this a little bit. The title is 35 Very Specific Things You Saw Every Single Time You Went to Your Grandma's House. And I remember, and obviously this was pre-video games and all that stuff, when I was a kid, when I would be at my grandparents' house and I would have like all day by myself just wandering around. I mean, there were other people in the house, but there was no other kids to play with. And
nothing for you to do.
I needed to kill time. I had to kind of just find things to get into and do. So I would do a lot of just going through dresser drawers and just, whatever, just nosing around. And I remember things like playing with my grandfather's old shoe shine kit.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they have the buffer thing too that like spun two
not
ways?
Not the electrical one, but like the brushes and all. And obviously, I'd get into the shoe polish itself, which is a total mess. But I remember things like that. Marissa, you brought in for show and tell the old adding machine with the hand crank and all that stuff. That my other grandparents, they had one of those. I would always play with that.
Well, I clearly remember there's certain things that you would have. Like I remember my grandparents passed away, years ago. But they were. I remember going to the house enough. Their various houses. They lived in Staten Island and then Flagler Beach, Florida. And the thing I remember, Preston, is they had that old style TV remote. With like a button on and off, and like one thing that would manually turn the dial, and the thing looked like what in Star Trek they had those tricorders. It was that freaking big, and that was a big thing at my grandparents' house.
So here are some items, and feel free. I would like to hear from you guys listening. 215-263 WMMR. Like this one says, an old vacuum cleaner from at least 1979 that had one of those really big bags that filled up with air and got really warm whenever she used it.
Also, and when it would develop a small tear, it'd be like a fog machine coming out of it because we'd blown the dust right out that vent.
My aunt kept my grandmother's and she used it for a haunted house that she would have at her house. It was like part of their haunted house was this old vacuum with the bag on the back of it.
Oh, my God. Nice. I remember playing with the sewing machine.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why. It was fascinating to me.
During visiting time, if your parents were there to visit and you were, as you said, there were no other kids around, unless you had cousins or whatever. But if they were not, you had to play with the house.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
You had to find things.
I got an example for you for that, Steve, because I have two younger brothers, and so when we would go to this is my dad's parents' house. My mom, my grandmother on that side, she was the one that said the cassette player.
Right.
So it's that family, and they had a laundry chute. Now,
dude, that's a home run.
It's pretty much an indoor slide, and you can send things down, and if you're really adventurous, you can send things back up. And so we would play with that.
Send your brother
for
down.
hours. Yes, Josh was small enough at the time; you could try to cram him in, which was always discouraged. But like that was entertainment for I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours.
That's pretty cool.
You would send your action figures down through that.
Absolutely.
Like, Luke Skywalker.
Yes. Where's he going?
Yeah,
he's going down the garbage chute.
Hell yes. Absolutely.
We would always have like this. I don't remember like going through their stuff or anything like that, but I remember like we would always have treats over there. They were always the same. We had the Nilla wafers.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was always a bowl.
What about butterscotch candies?
Candies. Yeah, there was like an old, bowl of candies that no one
hard
really
candies
wanted.
that would mold into one big piece.
And then
eventually.
It's like a sedimentary rock.
Wait, and then I remember going through. My grandmother always had a change purse. So like that was the fun. I was like, let me go through your change purse and see how many quarters you have in there.
Was it actually one of those rubber ones that when you open and close it would look like a mouth?
Like a pop.
No, hers was almost like I forget what they call it, but like a mini purse where it had like a snap thing at the top.
Yeah. Where I keep my cocaine.
My grandfather had a coin collection, so that was something to like.
That
look
is
at.
interesting.
That was
Right.
okay, yeah. But Kathy, my grandmother, would serve for whatever reason flat 7-Up because
Flat soda.
Yeah.
We had flat soda
Yeah.
every time we went there. Why was it flat?
Old people at that time really loved flat soda.
What the hell?
soda.
Why was it no carbonation?
Here's a couple other examples, and we'll go to some phone calls. This one says a 1980s dustbuster that you would always end up playing with.
The dustbuster.
You may use that as a toy. That could be like a laser gun. You know, yep.
You know,
It was like
something
brown
that
and cream.
my grandmother was in entertainment, so she had she taught dance and music. So in her basement, Preston, she had a full xylophone.
Oh wow!
And like,
that's awesome.
It was on. I wasn't allowed to go play with it, but I did every now and then.
This other posting says a fridge covered with magnets, but specifically the fruit and vegetable ones, which were actually more decorative than anything else since they were sucky magnets and wouldn't hold anything to the fridge. Also, do you remember the giant wooden spoon and fork?
Yes.
Some people would have those
displayed on the wall. Yeah,
that was kind of an older generation thing,
like with plates. Decorative plates.
Furniture covered in plastic has to be on there.
Here's another one that says drinks and condiments inside the fridge that had clearly been in there for decades, but that she said were still good and refused to throw out.
There's your flat soda.
Yeah, there's your flat soda, exactly. Here's another one. And also in her fridge, grandma's fridge, lots of Cool Whip and Country Crock containers that have all types of food in it except whipped cream and butter.
Yep.
There was makeshift Tupperware.
Yeah.
When my mom passed away and we were clearing out everything in the house and just kind of giving a big clean, she would take Carvel ice cream containers and she would make gravy in advance because she was a Southern cook. And we had like 10 Carvel containers of frozen gravy in the refrigerator. It was hilarious.
At my grandmother's house, she always used to do the Folgers instant coffee because it was just her. So she would make 1 cup at a time. So all of those Folgers cans turned into what the nails went in.
There you go.
All the brick-brack.
Yeah, I
went
remember
into
coffee
those.
cans for nails. My dad had that. Yeah. Let me go to Michael. Hey, Michael, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, man. What's up, Michael? Kevin Smith joining us later on this morning, 9 o'clock hour. I was taking a gander at some of the things that I have, and I think it's time to head to my space, my world. Here we go.
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
By the way, I'm sorry, the clip of Geddy Lee saying there, hi, Presbo. I didn't get a chance yesterday in Music News to talk about the fact that Rush got back together and played at the Junos.
Yeah,
and it was Neil and not Neil. I'm sorry, it was Alex and Geddy and Annika, the new drummer of the band, and they played "Finding My Way," which is off of the first Rush album. It's actually the first track on the first Rush album, so it wasn't even a Neil Peart song that Annika played, but it was really cool to see those two guys back on stage together, doing it again. They're so happy. I was happy.
It looked terrific. And you know what I like is now the big thing is to highlight the people who hate. You know, there's always going to be people that are going to hate the decision and so on and so forth. Nothing but love for Annika. I mean, you can't look at what she's doing and be anything but impressed.
Yeah.
But seeing those guys back up doing what they do, and every time they perform, it's going to be an honor and a memorial to Neil Peart.
Yeah.
So. It was just great to see that energy back.
I'm interested to see how they're going to, include Neil in the tour when they come to town, which is going to be really cool.
Right. Side note, I'm watching, and there's just a plethora of videos of these drum prodigies.
Yeah.
There's this kid who's like, and the parents have been chronicling, like at 2 years old is playing Offspring, and it's sometimes you're just genetically predisposed to be a virtuoso.
You know what blows me away about that is that, we now have access to see people like that. They've always been around.
Right. Yeah.
There have always been musical prodigies. We just they weren't mass produced in tiny little snippets that we could watch.
Casey on the slide whistle. It's just amazing.
Good, but I mean, for the longest time, there had to be like a special TV,
right?
A news station did a feature.
Oh,
on
those
this
amazing
person.
kids.
Yeah.
But now what kind of sucks is because they're so readily accessible on social media, I don't have time for it anymore. You know what I mean?
I
So,
know.
like,
You become slightly immune to it.
Well, I think it also it allows younger people who are considering to do that. They see a kid that talented, they can go, "Oh, I'm not even going to waste my time."
You know what I have
Good
less
point. Yeah.
what I have less time for is when somebody is really, really good at playing somebody else's song.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But although yesterday I came across this guy playing Nothing from Nothing on piano. The
Billy Preston
the
song.
Billy Preston song,
Yeah.
and that one just blew me the F away. But a lot of times I'm like, that's somebody else's song. That's somebody else's song. You know what I mean?
really?
Yeah.
But if they do it with precision, you're more likely to give them a pass.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
There's a guy that I follow on Instagram that breaks down, and I like people who take iconic guitar parts or drum
Right.
parts, and they break them down and they say, show you exactly what that person is doing and why it's so awesome. And there's a couple of accounts that I follow like that I absolutely love. But every now and then I do sit like a child prodigy, a drummer, and I go, F that kid.
You suck.
Screw you. Your unbelievable talent makes me
I hope
sick.
you're a nerd.
I had the same exact experience. It was Ozzy Osbourne. It was Ozfest 2010, and Ozzy brought on this like 9-year-old Japanese kid to play Crazy Train.
Yeah.
And I was so pissed. I was like, this kid can out-shred everybody here. I was like, I wanted to walk out. It was just infuriating.
Have we seen anything from the girl who got close with the Foo Fighters?
Oh, she
The little
continues.
drummer.
Oh, Nandy.
Yeah. What's her name?
Nandy. Nandy Bushnell. I have not seen anything from her in a while. She has grown into a young woman now.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
been a while, but she's cool. Very cool, good drummer. And I think, and she's a multi-instrumentalist too. She would create videos where she would play all the instruments and stuff. She's like super talented. I'm sure she's still going great guns.
She's fun to watch.
Marissa, how many followers does she have at this point on Instagram? 1.2 mil.
Yeah.
So, all right. Anyhow, sorry, I didn't mean to side note.
Totally Presbo again.
Hi, Presbo.
All right, so memorabilia from movies, always a hot commodity on online auctions.
This is my jam.
Yeah, so on a recent sale on Prop Store, Raiders of the Lost Ark poster signed by Harrison Ford sold for $8,000. DeLorean concept art from Back to the Future sold for $2,500. But one of the big takes was the rhinoceros from which Jim Carrey climbed from the ass of in
Stop
Ace
it.
Ventura When Nature Calls, sold for $59,000.
So that is one of my favorite scenes, and I know some people will consider this sacrilege, but I like Ace Ventura 2 more than Ace Ventura.
All right, Ryan looks like he's on board for that, Steve.
We have publicly talked about this on the air, and I'm with you 100%.
It's far superior.
Agreed.
So it's not clear, and they call it rhinoceros. Do you
remember this?
It's not clear what the owner wants to do with it.
Did you remember the scene? Preston, did you see it?
Yeah. It's been a long, long time. But
He's in there, he's sweating because the thing is so hot.
We're watching his face come out of the butthole right now on the video. But somebody paid $60,000 for that thing, man.
God bless Jim Carrey, man. I'm going to do it. If it's for a joke, I'm going to do it.
And do it all the way.
Yeah.
All right.
It has a trap door on the side that's not even hidden in the scene.
Yep. All right. So I'm gonna dovetail that story with another one because this is about something that you can purchase if you would like to. If you're in the market for the world's largest dinosaur, and by that I don't mean actual bones or fossils.
You mean a living one?
No, not that either. And the 86-foot tall, 145,000-pound Tyrannosaurus Rex named Tyra resides in the small town of Drumheller in the Canadian Badlands, about 84 miles northeast of Calgary.
Okay, so this isn't like the dinosaurs that the Pee Wee Herman's in. And,
Well, it's the first one I thought of, Casey, but it doesn't mention it in the story because it looks kind of like it.
Like from a dinosaur roadside exhibit?
Right.
Yeah, so if it helps sweeten the deal, surveyors recently certified her as safe, stable, and ready to welcome visitors, even after over 25 years of hosting as many as 12 guests at a time inside its mouth viewing platform.
So it's like a Lucy.
So it might be that. I don't know if it's the same one or not, Casey, but it doesn't mention it.
That one's in California.
Okay.
Because when I drove across the country, that was one of those things that I was thinking about maybe trying, but it just didn't work. It wasn't part of the route. We would have had to go too far out of the way.
So taking custody of the popular tourist attraction is serious business, but the town is on a tight schedule. Last year, the Chamber of Commerce announced that it would end its lease on the property in 2029, leaving the fiberglass and steel dinosaurs' future uncertain. However, officials made it clear that they weren't leaving Tyra in a lurch. They said completing a structural assessment was identified as the first step to better understand the attraction's condition and expected longevity, so partners could begin to explore long-term options for the dinosaur.
So here's a picture of it up on the screen here in the studio.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, like the ones in Pee Wee, they're a little bit, they're not to the proper, or what we believe the proper scale to be, but this is pretty cool. That would look great next to your swim spot.
This is actually way bigger than a real T-Rex would have been. So in addition to a comprehensive review of the property's integrity, they recently invested a final $310,000 in exterior repainting and restoration to safeguard the T-Rex through her last era. Millions of visitors have witnessed Tyra's grandeur in person since her ribbon-cutting ceremony in 2000. Still, most people know she's not particularly accurate example of the species. T-Rex was sizable, but never reached anywhere near the proportions. For reference, one of the largest known fossilized specimens, Sue, measured around 42 feet. This one is 80. How tall did I say it was? 86 feet tall. So it's nearly twice
the
as big.
tallest bones, the bones that we suggest height of a Tyrannosaurus. 44 feet, you said?
42 feet long.
42 feet long.
13 feet high.
Standing at, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
And possibly weighed about 15 tons. This thing is 86 feet tall.
Do you know what I was hearing? There's a channel that I follow on YouTube, and it is paleontologists and people who talk about, prehistoric creatures. And, the classic so I play it all the time, which is the... They say because... a lot of the prehistoric creatures that we know, as Jurassic Park suggests, are from avian, lineage. That the sound would have been more like the
musical,
like the honk of like a duck.
Yeah,
no.
Listen to the Tyrannosaurus. It's goddamn, we went back in time, you bitch. Told you to slow down.
Yeah,
but I mean, so they said though, where you don't have this. What you would have had was a low, terrifying rumble.
Okay,
that would be producing because of the way that birds and like geese can vocalize or make sounds. Mm-hmm. That'd be a similar structure with the T-Rex.
Okay. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think. But for now, if you're interested, you can buy it. It doesn't indicate how much it would cost, but the restoration was $310,000.
You got to move it yourself.
Yeah, true.
Bring friends.
Right now, Tyra's fate remains to be seen, so we will see. I thought you guys would like that. Let's move on.
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
Saw this story this morning. Shopping malls were the place to be for teens in the 80s and 90s, and now apparently they're kind of turning cool again, and that's thanks to Gen Z shoppers. The mall is an experience, one Gen Zer explained. You go there and you see all different kinds of people, and it's just getting out of your isolation in your home.
I mean, can you even describe? It's hard to describe how important the mall was. Mm-hmm. How much... hell, when I first started at Y100 and I would go over to the
Granite Run Mall.
Mall and just people watch and pick up lunch and go, screw around in GameStop or whatever.
Yeah.
I think if you want to see a real good representation, especially as a teenager, what mall culture is season 3 of Stranger Things.
Oh, okay.
Straight
they
up.
nailed it.
Yeah.
They
we're talking
absolutely nailed it.
In a little bit, the Mallrats director.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Fast Times at Ridgemont High because
That's
that
a good one, too.
That's
Yeah.
really, really great representation in real time as to what it was. I think if they want to have a resurgence for malls, and a lot of them are going away, is you need to have more outside entrances. Usually you would just either enter through an anchor store or like the middle of the mall or whatever. But I mean, go past any of the outdoor shopping centers and they are mobbed with traffic. Like I live right near the Lawrence Park Shopping Center and people are always there. And it's because people can walk into the store that they want to go into.
Yeah.
Right. And if you had more of that, like the Springfield Mall, you could do that with the some of the bottom level stores and then on the other side the top level stores. But if you had like Ulta has its own entrance, like if you could do that.
I think that makes sense.
Casey, the Philadelphia Premium Outlets in Limerick, if you go out there on a halfway decent day, it's packed.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people all over the place.
Because they have immediate access to the store they want to go to.
So people still want to go to, shopping centers, but it's just the indoor thing it got old after a while, I guess.
I just had a conversation with a mom at a Phillies game because I liked her daughter's jeans, and I asked her where she got them, and she said there was a store called Addicted, and it's in the King of Prussia Mall. But the mom was like, "Don't go to the store. It's like you just got to buy it online." So I wonder if the experience at the mall now is kind of like, here's a couple of pieces, you can try them on, you can experience it, but we're really going to encourage you to buy it online. Like, we're not going to carry a lot of inventory, but if you want to try it on or just have the communal experience.
So I think KLP is now benefiting from having the Netflix house and having this other activity. I forget the name of the place. It's opening right across from it. That's kind of like a big sort of, a modernized game place.
Okay.
But
like an arcade?
I forget the name of it, Marissa, but it's a similar kind of activation that allows you to play. I'm probably wrong, but that's what I'm remembering. We had a story about it.
So traffic at indoor malls across the country was up 4.5% in January and February compared to last year. Additionally, according to Circana, shoppers between the age of 18 and 24 years old brought in 62% of their total general merchandise purchases in actual stores. So, Marissa, that's them buying stuff.
Yeah.
Last year.
Well, so otherwise, like, where are 15-year-olds supposed to go?
Yeah.
Because, like, I know, the gallery.
My daughter is 16, right? So I can answer this question. She goes to Suburban Square. She goes to the outdoor, can walk up to the storefronts type of area, right? So she goes there. When she was younger, they would go to... they would choose to go to the Lawrence Park Shopping Center over the Springfield Mall. Springfield Mall is only like 2 more miles down the road.
Would you ever do the outlets at Limerick, as Preston was mentioning?
I mean, listen, if we live close to there, I mean, a lot of it has to do with...
travel.
Yeah.
But Casey, they were going to shopping places. There were places to get snacks. There was like a cookie store, a coffee place, whatever.
Yeah, she just was at Suburban Square on Saturday. She wanted to go buy like $15 bagels,
Oh, pop-up bagels? I can't wait to try it.
God, Rochelle and I had lunch the other day. I'm sorry. It's a side note. We went to a restaurant we haven't been to before, just a walk-in place. We each had a bowl of soup and a beverage. It was $30, man. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Jesus. Just like it was in the 80s, Preston.
All right, so anyhow, back to the malls. Shoppers 25 years old and above made over half of their purchases in store. By 2030, Gen Z is expected to spend $12 trillion annually, according to Nielsen IQ and World Data Lab. But the researcher in this, Elizabeth LaFontaine, said the resurgence of the mall category directly correlates with Gen Z shoppers' desires for community and in-person connection. Things might be making a little turn.
If it has that social angle again, if it has that, again, their events. Actually, I think isn't Simon, as in Simon Malls, didn't he just pass away?
I don't know.
One of the architects of malls as we knew them.
They also noted that mall retailers and brands are using social media to connect directly with Gen Z shoppers, both in stores and online.
What gets you to go to a mall, Preston?
Wow.
I'm there for something very specific.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Or like if it's, I don't know. So there have been occasions, not that often, where we will go just, what do you want to do today? I don't know. Let's go out to the premium outlets and walk around and see if anything is, if it's nice out, because it is outside. And it will include walking with maybe a little bit of window shopping.
I end up
not much.
Going to the mall because I'm going to the Regal Cinemas and I'm going to go and I'm going to kill time afterwards before.
Gotcha.
Or I'm going to go do something else in the area. I'll just hit the mall. For clothes, obviously, this fashion plate you see in front of you doesn't happen by accident.
So
I'll go and do try on clothes physically.
If we're going to King of Prussia, it's for something specific.
Yeah.
For sure.
Speaking of trying on clothes, we're on YouTube now. I think we should be outfitted, right? Don't you think? Like
I have a wardrobe provided by
T
Mr.
Public.
Motos of San Francisco.
Or Goat, right?
Yeah,
Goat is a local T-shirt maker. Like, I swear to God, like Preston, I see it all the time on the text board. Where'd you get your shirt? Press love your T-shirt.
Preston Elliott, dressed by.
Right. Why not?
That's right.
Man?
Yeah, I'll take that on board. Absolutely. Skechers, if you're listening.
Right.
Those are my favorite shoes.
Adidas.
Closed by Temu.
Oh, Saucony.
Yeah.
They were just in town doing the Love Run.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Casey's floated the idea out.
Yes.
Let's see what happens.
And also Pop-Tarts.
All right.
Totally Pop-Tarts. I mean, totally Presbo.
Pop-Tarts are coming Friday.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's perfect.
Ooh.
Excellent.
And pretzels. I heard you really good pretzels.
What are you talking about?
I'll put in an order for you.
All right, so visitors along the Virginia Beach oceanfront spotted a strange sight on the horizon last week. It was a massive container ships, several of them in tankers, that appeared to hover above the Atlantic. Now,
Where are you going to park this thing?
While it may have looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, the illusion is actually a documented atmospheric phenomenon known as Fata Morgana, which is a type of superior mirage.
I thought that was Merlin's girlfriend.
No, that's Morgana. But Fata Morgana forms when a temperature inversion creates distinct layers of air with different densities. Casey, did you see that
Yeah,
picture?
I can see that, but
I've seen that
obviously,
many times.
Yeah, the hull of the ship isn't big enough for it to actually be hovering. You know what I'm saying?
You mean the hover cargo ships?
Yeah. Well, looking at the picture, the hull isn't that big. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know.
It just looks like the.
Can you sing it?
The containers on the ship are hovering without a hull.
Yes, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I would see that phenomenon quite frequently. We used to go out on the Long Island Sound, and on specific types of weather patterns, or when there were, you'd see this.
Yeah, so it's a temperature inversion that creates distinct layers of air with different densities. The setup is common in early spring along the Virginia coast. Cold ocean water chills the air just above the surface while warmer air settles above it. That creates a layered atmosphere that bends light in unusual ways.
But this doesn't account for floating ghost ships.
No, those are real. Yeah. A light from a distant ship passes through these layers. As it passes through, it refracts or curves downward toward the viewer. And because the human brain assumes light travels in straight lines, the ship appears higher than it actually is, sometimes floating well above the horizon. And this isn't your typical mirage. Fata Morgana effects can dramatically alter how objects appear. So vertical distortion means that ships may look stretched into tall tower-like shapes or appear elevated in the sky. Layering causes images that can stack in multiple bands, sometimes flipped upside down or repeated.
Never saw that.
That sounds
I've
pretty
only
wild.
seen the floating ships. I've never seen the upside down ships or the repeating ships.
And something called rapid changes. The illusion can shift or disappear within minutes as wind or temperature changes disrupt the air layer. So, when I saw this article, it made me think of some videos that I've come across on YouTube of this airplane is hovering in the sky.
Yeah.
Have you seen those?
No.
Well, it's essentially like a plane's coming in for a landing and someone is filming it while they're in a moving vehicle.
Oh.
And it's moving at such a way in the opposite direction the car is moving too. So it appears as if it's not moving at all. It's an optical illusion.
You'll get a similar thing when they photograph a helicopter.
Yeah.
And they'll catch it where it appears as if the props are not moving at all.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's because your camera is actually taking little bitty pictures.
Right.
Very, very fast. And
Amazing.
the props are moving fast. And it looks like the props aren't moving at all.
How is it up in the air?
This is alien technology.
Someone, quick, get my floating ship so we can go up there and see.
Yeah. So for beachgoers, this is a reminder that atmosphere can act like a giant, ever-changing lens, transforming ordinary cargo ships into something that looks almost otherworldly.
Out on the water, on the ocean, the amount of visual and auditory tricks that can be played on you are staggering. And this is why when they teach anybody like in the Coast Guard or the Navy or whatever, what to know that a lot of what you think you're seeing, you're not.
Yeah. So what is the translation of Fata Morgana? Did you have that? Or
No,
it's baby shark.
No, don't.
Mersky, look up that. I'm not going to do it. I won't do that for you. Fata Morgana translation.
What the actual, in Latin, what that comes out to? It didn't say anything about
It's
that.
Floatius shipimus.
I asked this for a reason.
Okay.
Well, literally, it translates to Morgan the Fairy.
Okay. I don't know what that is. Listen, I know that this is totally Presbo, but can we just for a moment do partially Casebo?
Partially Casebo.
All right, Marissa.
Partially Casebo.
I don't have a theme song for that, but Marissa, since we have a Google Translate open, can you type in the words poopin', shartin', fartin'? 3 separate words, all ends in the en. Poopin', shartin', fartin' translation. want you to look this up. Poopin'.
Which, by the way, that's an incorrect. I would spell it Poopin.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
And Sharton.
But for these reasons.
And you want English to what?
Just
Swahili.
Well, no. It's to English.
To English.
It's too English.
Poop fart.
No.
Okay.
She
It
just typed in
changed.
it changed. So you got to go poopin', shartin', fartin'. There you go.
Sounds like
shartin'.
an Irishman
No,
cursing.
shartin', fartin', not fartin', shartin'. Come on.
This is farting and sharting. These are my boys. This is pooping, sharting, and farting.
What?
This better be good.
This is great. And listen, I don't know. It's
language do you want
Hindi.
it?
Go Hindi.
Preston, you want me to get you some of that hazelnut?
Yeah, the coffee I didn't get a try. It stands for full terms and conditions.
How about that? Huh? That was less than you guys didn't like that?
I wasn't
I don't,
that
I don't
impressed.
understand why it would give you that.
Because that's what, if you said poop and shart and farting in Hindi, you would be talking about full terms and conditions.
So that is Hindi.
Yes.
Okay, I did not know that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The actual words, poop and shart and fartin', those are actual Hindi
That's interesting
words.
because I am thinking of opening a small business
Yes.
in India.
Full terms and conditions.
Yeah, there you go.
Where'd you find out about that?
The internet.
Okay.
Thank you, internet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Totally Casebo.
All right.
Hi, Presbo.
So there were a lot of tricky things about Richard Nixon, 37th President of the United States, had a long political career. It turned sour with the Watergate scandal of the 1970s.
Why don't you step off, Jack?
Ultimately leading to his resignation. In pop culture, the Republican former president is remembered as a jowly, gruff artifact of a bygone era in American political history. But perhaps he should also be remembered for his frankly odd and quintessentially mid-century eating habits. His family actually spurred a fad for the classically 1970s Nixon chicken dish, which I'd never heard of before. Have you?
No, I am pretty familiar with the Nixon lore and legend, and I've never heard of this.
The Nixon chicken dish is a
Welcome to Nixon's Chicken.
Canned soup and chicken casserole that is both thrifty and tasty. But there's one Nixon dish we might not want to bring into the 21st century. Apparently, Richard Nixon had particular affinity for cottage cheese topped with ketchup on it.
No. Whoa.
That doesn't sound right.
Huh.
Shock it.
Cottage cheese is not an unexpected choice. It was very popular back in the day. I eat cottage cheese every day, actually. The blending of cottage cheese with the tomato-based condiment is less understandable. Nixon did accompany his cottage cheese also with a bowl of wheat germ and fruit, which sounds even weirder.
That
with
is
ketchup
interesting.
on it.
Yeah.
But his cottage cheese and ketchup breakfast has been in recent years subject with some serious judgment. Several TikTok accounts, such as Cooking with Congress, a page dedicated to replicating the food habits of American politicians, have tried the dish, and they've come up with mixed results on it.
I don't know why that would. Well, listen, so this is something he ate consistently.
Yeah.
Huh.
Some have found this combo to be just as off-putting as it sounds, while others assess that it's fine and not that bad. Yeah, Marissa actually found a news article that talks about the president, and it says the headline is "President likes cottage cheese with ketchup."
I also put Tabasco sauce on my Choco Tacos.
Wow.
It says he got it from his grandmother.
Okay.
She was insane.
93-year-old grandmother.
She would sit there sucking on her pantyhose.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
You want some of that cottage cheese gum?
It reminds me of, my mom liked peanut butter with mayonnaise on it. And I know that there are people listening right now that say, yeah, they like that. It's a Southern thing, but no. Freaking way, dude. And I would not have ketchup on cottage cheese.
There's something that I can see possibly working with the cottage cheese and the ketchup, but I think I'd have to try it.
So I will from time to time. I use cottage cheese for both sweet and savory. I will have cottage cheese with fruit.
Yeah.
I will pair those two together. But I also will sometimes dice up either cucumbers or tomatoes and mix that in with a little salt and pepper and do it a more savory thing. But I can't see ketchup.
Do you know what kind of breaks the same way? Avocado.
Yeah, yeah.
You can use avocado with sweet stuff.
Sure.
And you can use avocado with savory.
I will sometimes.
That's right, Steve.
I will sometimes use cottage cheese when I scramble my eggs. Like when you scramble eggs, do you put like a milk in there at all? Or
Milk. Sometimes, or water.
Yeah,
Okay.
water.
Yeah, I usually
it
do it with milk. And
fluffs it up a little bit.
If I don't have milk, I'll use cottage cheese. It's
Well, that's
actually pretty
good.
good. Makes it a little extra proteiny.
Yeah. It's like using Greek yogurt in place of sour cream.
Okay.
Yeah.
A good alternate.
All right, so just thought that was interesting, and you guys would love it. And Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo. Thank you, Mr. President. All right, so this is out of California, but I
That's
wanted
a state.
Yeah, I wanted to bring this up anyway. Small black flies with a wicked bite are swarming parts of the San Gabriel Valley, and experts say their unusual early arrival is overwhelming residents all over the state. Experts describe the insects as smaller than mosquitoes, but far more aggressive, and they aim for the eyes, and they try to bite your eyes.
So when I hike on a mountain, and I always have sunglasses or some eye protection. It's in the summer when I'm sweating, and those gnats that always, and we talked about this. There's something with the gas that's being released around your eyes that attracts them.
So they might be these things, Steve. They're called black flies.
Right.
And I know what you're talking about. And sometimes if I'm outside or playing golf or whatever, they will focus around your head.
Around your head.
Okay, so they are drawn to human breath and the salty moisture around the eye.
Yeah.
So
it makes sense.
I've heard that the CO2
that's what I heard
that you're breathing out will draw these things in, and it drives me nuts. So
Preston, I'd love to see them get foiled by the sunglasses. Like they make a run and can't quite figure it out.
So they are. This is according to who is this? Oh yeah, this is
Richard Nixon.
No, not Richard Nixon. It was. All right. Anyhow, this person. Where's the
Pat Nixon?
Anais Diaz with the San Gabriel Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. That's a title.
Gotta get out of this job.
He said they are a vector for river blindness, which is a disease that you can transmit, but it's not something that we see here. It's mostly known in other parts of the world, but they're mainly a nuisance here. Vector control technicians are targeting black fly larvae in local riverbeds where the flies thrive in fast-moving water. What stands out this season is the timing. Typically, black flies appear in May and another surge in August, but their presence in late March is raising concerns. They can travel up to 5 miles and live for as long as 2 months. To avoid these bites, experts recommend wearing DEET-based insect repellent and using a hat with a face net.
Yeah, you won't look like too much of a goober.
Homeowners with water features are advised to turn them off for 24 hours once a week to disrupt potential breeding. They breed in fast-moving water. I always hear of like still water.
That's it. That's where you're supposed to get rid of still water, not fast-moving water.
This is fast-moving.
What, they have little
water.
kayaks?
I don't know how that works.
To this point, Preston, you said they live for how long?
2 months.
So they'll say the same thing about like domestic houseflies, that they live for like a couple weeks. I will swear that I'm seeing the same fly for much longer than that. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. There's probably more than one hanging around
And
your
they're
house.
wearing the same clothes?
That might be. They
All
probably
right.
shop at the same place.
All right.
Limited resources, so.
Totally Fly is the name of the store.
Totally Fly.
We were talking about malls. I thought you were going to say they shop at Limited too.
Maybe. All right, so watch out for the biting black flies that go for your eyeballs.
When do the greenheads? When do they start
Not till
popping up?
summertime.
Yeah, summer's
All right.
when we'll,
I hate those effing things.
we'll get them.
Yep.
All right, one more.
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
Last story. Niche has just come out with their ranking of the best places to live in America for 2026. They analyzed more than 18,000 places using data from sources like the U.S. Census Bureau, the CDC, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, along with millions of resident reviews.
And they probably can solve that fly place, too.
Niche compares communities on factors like quality of schools, crime rates, employment stats, and more to determine the quality of an area. They report that many of their highest ranked communities are near major economic hubs like Silicon Valley in California and metros in the Northeast.
Didn't they also determine that a large number of these areas are within listening distance of the Preston and Steve show?
Actually, you will be happy to hear that they are.
Hey, I made something up and it's right.
So I'll give you the list, but I'll point out something interesting. So number one is a town called Atlantic Station. It's a neighborhood in Atlanta. Number 2 is Colonial Village, which is a neighborhood in Arlington, Virginia. Number 3 is Evergreen Park in Palo Alto, California.
Is that Northern California?
Yes. And then you have Downtown North, which is also a neighbor in Palo Alto. Then you have a suburb of Chicago called Clarendon Hills at number 5. Number 6 is Midtown. That's in Atlanta, Georgia. But the state that appears to have most are the next 3. Number 7 is Ardmore. Number 8 is Devon. And number 9 is Penn Wynn. And they're all suburbs of Philadelphia.
Ladies and gentlemen, something good about the area.
Yeah.
Ardmore's the most affordable of those 3.
Okay.
I think.
But Ardmore and Penn Wynn are like right here, like right near our radio station.
Well within the listening range of the Preston and Steve show.
So usually, and I'm not sure which of these scales that comes across of best places to live, Chesterbrook usually gets number 1.
I think it's been like 3 or 4 years in a row, right?
And that might be a different source.
That's a community, I think. That I think it came up as like best community.
Well, anyhow, any year after year it was named best place in America to live.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I thought this was really cool.
That is very cool.
You know,
we also apparently have the largest amount of areas with affordable housing. That's quality affordable housing. I forget what the exact survey parameters were, but if you want to have your first home, if you're a first-time homeowner, this area has more options than a lot of other states.
You talking about that article you sent to me the other day about from Delaware County?
Delco, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, it was just Delaware County in general.
Yeah.
It was the whole county.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so it was, I forgot, it's on my desk, but it's in the city beat.
Well, so
we'll get to it eventually.
It's saying that Chesterbrook was ranked by Niche as well, too.
All right, in 2023, it topped the all-around list. So it's the same, this is the same source then. Okay. But always love hearing that. That these spots, that rank high.
The 3 locations again?
Yeah, so it's Ardmore, Devon, and Penn Wynn. So it takes into consideration a bunch of different things, a bunch of different metrics. Like I said, the quality of schools, crime rates, employment stats, and more to determine the area.
Yeah, all good.
Maybe
I
getting
love hearing that.
That new bagel shop in Ardmore. That probably got him on
What's
the top
name of that
the
thing
list.
that's so popular? It's a pop-up bagel shop,
It's
right?
called Pop-Up Bagels, and you don't get like a bagel sandwich or like a toasted bagel. You just get bagels, and you get a container of cream cheese, and you tear the bagel and dip it in the cream cheese.
Okay.
I'm down with that.
That's their niche.
That's their niche.
Right? Okay. All right, that's it.
That was totally Presbo.
Bye, Presbo.
Bye, Ged. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second, and Bizarre File Stories are what we have for you next. Stay right there.
Well, 2 things. One about myself, but one as part of my profession. I've been a nurse for over 30 years, specialized in geriatrics, worked at, like, say, the Philadelphia Corporation for Aging for years, and always would go into the seniors' homes and ask if we could look in their medicine cabinet, and there was always a standard.
Okay.
You had the rusted can of Barbasol.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You had that little thing to make the cream, the little container with the little brush for shaving.
Okay. Yep.
The straight razor with the screw bottom with the rusted blades still sitting there making a stain inside the
Rust
cabinet.
is big with the the older community.
People don't remember those kind of razor blades where you actually had to take the blade out and then screw it back in.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. My favorite was when they had the very early electric shavers that looked more like instruments of death than they did something that we would use nowadays. The blades just were scary.
Yeah.
But and then, of course, my favorite was the medication with hand-typed labels that had been in there so long, it had gone from pill to powder to a mist, back to powder, and back to a pill again, like deadly antibiotic.
It had gone through 9 half-lives. Yeah, no, that sounds exactly accurate. Yeah,
But for myself, going to see my grandparents who lived in Florida, we always had the hot dogs and the freezer-burned crinkle fries.
All right. Fair enough.
Freezer-burned, yeah.
The way of entertaining myself was I would steal one of my grandfather's white undershirts dental floss and pennies, and I would make parachutes and throw them off the second floor of their apartment building.
That's great.
Yes.
Very creative.
All right, Michael. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
You know what I most vividly remember, most clearly remember, from my grandparents' house was not anything in their house, but what we used to do over there. And for whatever reason, I was like I was like an actress when I was younger. I like to pretend and all this stuff. And I would make my brother pretend that we were hitchhiking because my grandparents lived in an apartment. So there was where you would park. My mom would let us walk down the street before she got to the main road. And so I would pretend we were hitchhiking and we didn't know my parents. And my brother was so little at the time and he used to cry and be like, "No, that's our mom." And I'd be like, "No, it's not. We're hitchhiking. We're getting in with strangers."
So you'd play with the neighborhood. Yeah.
Wow.
I would make my mom, drive past us, and I'd wave her down with my thumb out.
Wow. That's nice. I will go next to, let me go to Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Paul?
Oh, MMR rocks, partner. Trust
Thanks.
me.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey, look, I'm old school for sure.
Okay.
But what I remember at my grandparents' house, man, they lived in the country. They lived in Blackwood, New Jersey a long time ago.
All right.
And they actually had a well in the house.
Whoa.
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
A well
when we wanted water, we would have to go to the well, which was just offside the kitchen. And it was a well that we had to let the bucket down and bring it up.
Dude.
And use water like that. And that's what I always remembered about my grandparents' house.
Paul,
Wow.
I'd be amazed as a kid. I'd be amazed now to see that old school. Did you end up playing with that a lot?
Oh, say that again, please.
Did you end up playing with the well a lot? Because it's a freaking well.
Yeah, trust me, man. It was and the water was ice cold.
Yeah.
The water was ice cold.
Probably from a cold
every
spring.
time we needed water, we would go down and go right outside the kitchen, let the bucket down, bring it back up, and use the water as we needed it.
That's amazing. So there was no plumbing in the house then, right? Or was that just an ancillary? Was that? Was actual?
I'm telling you, I'm 70 years of age.
Yeah.
So when we went down to our grandparents' house, we had to go to an outhouse, which was off the house a ways, and the whole setup.
Oh, that's wild,
man.
Yeah.
But the one thing I truly remember was that there was a well
that in the house. That's a great story.
That might have
Thanks,
been the
Paul.
height of
Appreciate it.
Okay, their well is in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My grandparents didn't have a well in their house, but they had a sump pump that I was terrified of. It was in a corner of this dingy, musty, dark basement.
They've got a robot down there.
It would make noises, and it just looked imposing to me, and I seriously thought that it went to hell or something like that. That there were demons in there or something like that.
Like Amityville 3D has near the sump pump, there was a hole that went to hell.
You know what else my grandparents had? Down by the sump pump, they had a small set of shelves that they would keep emergency food there for whatever reason. It was all canned
right
stuff that had been there.
This is pre-prepper.
It was already ancient when I was a little kid, and it looked disgusting.
Yeah, of course.
And I wouldn't venture to that part of the basement too often.
Everything that rocks. Every Barbecue 2026, Saturday, May 9th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, featuring Godsmack, Alice Cooper.
Did they have the piece of furniture that terrified you, or was it your parents?
No, that was my parents.
Okay,
we had a chair that I was scared of. It looked like the evil Queens. It had a high back. It was black with gold trim on it. It had a really high. It was a decorative chair. And I used to think that, like Maleficent sat in that thing or something like
What
that.
if you came home one day and the sump pump was sitting in the chair?
I would have left my family. Kathy, on this list, it says the fancy for guests living room that was filled with plastic-covered furniture and you weren't allowed to play in.
Yeah, never got that.
And, there's a lot of pictures on this list, which I wish you guys could see because there's one, it says these exact wooden and cork coasters in their dining or living room. And I'm going to show you a picture of these. And yes.
Yep.
Where you pulled them out of the little container that they lived in.
Yeah, it was like a little
folder.
Yeah.
I think it was like stacked poker chips.
Yeah.
On that furniture thing, with the covering in plastic, I never got a definitive answer. The Kostanowiczes, and I was friends with Randy up the block, his entire living room everything was sealed, hermetically sealed in plastic. But I never asked the question, is the end result just to preserve the looks of the furniture?
I think it is.
But I mean, was there ever a hybrid where you could take them off if you wanted to sit on them? It seemed like going against purposes to sit on cold plastic.
Yeah, I don't know. But it was maybe for a formal event. Like
Possibly.
they would unzip the plastic and let if they were going to have several people in the parlor or whatever it is. Kathy, I remember because you were the one that brought it up. I remember some friends who not only had the plastic on their furniture, but they had a runner.
The runner.
Oh, yes, plastic covered.
Yes.
I've never seen anything like that.
Oh my God. So that wasn't my grandparents' house. My grandparents didn't have the plastic covered furniture. It was my piano teacher. And everything in the room where I guess she would have her clients come and she would teach piano, everything was covered in plastic. And the runner went from the front door and you had to walk on it
into the kitchen?
Into the living room. And then you had to walk through the living room to the piano. There was another runner. Like she basically didn't want anyone's dirt anywhere in her house.
And the runner was plastic covered.
Plastic.
Yep.
Wow.
So we actually did not have any of our furniture covered in the plastic, but we did have a runner that came from the front door to the kitchen, to the tiled kitchen floor, and that was, you had to stay on that. That was the thing. So
but was it plastic?
It was plastic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to things you find at your grandmother's house or maybe stuff that you played with at your grandparents' house as well. I'm going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Okay.
Joe, you're on the air, buddy. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's going on, my man?
Hey, thank you for having me on. It's the first time I ever called you. Listen, I'll try to preface this really quick.
All right.
My mom was 36 when she had me.
Okay.
And we ended up living with my grandparents, so they were much older.
Okay.
And they were from Italy. And so they made and did everything. They even dug out their own basement. It's really wild.
Wow.
But what I remember most from my grandfather is he had an old-time cigarette rolling machine, which looked like two little horses, like a construction horse, with a piece of cloth that looped between, and you would put the paper in there, and he would put his tobacco in there, and you would spin the paper inside the cloth, and that would roll the cigarettes up.
That sounds pretty cool.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
That sounds pretty cool. I mean, it seems like a very old world way of rolling a cigarette.
Yes, it was really neat. I mean, the whole entire house, everything, you could eat off the whole entire yard. I'm serious. When they went to the store, the only thing they would buy is milk and meat, and that was it.
Milk and meat.
Yeah, they made, canned, pickle, did everything.
Wow.
So it was just a
Joe,
fan.
Did your grandfather teach you how to roll cigarettes?
Well, yes, he did. And as a cause of that, I ended up doing that an awful lot when I was in high school.
I
but
bet.
what he ended up, do you remember the old credit card machines where you used to slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a cigarette rolling machine that was like that. It was like the new one.
Like one motion across and it would roll it?
Yes, and
Okay.
would roll it out perfect.
I remember that unit.
that.
I remember they used to sell those in magazines. You'd see it in Preston. They'd be like in the back of like a National Lampoon. So it wasn't necessarily for tobacco, but it was a popular item. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, isn't it? It's really the things you remember, from when you're young.
Oh, yeah. And what you had to do to entertain yourself. By the way, thank you, Joe. I appreciate the call. I had at my parents' house, my grandfather had a substantial. He was a carpenter.
Yeah.
So it was what he did on the side. So he had all kinds of tools and stuff back there. And I remember for a while, and I might have been like 10 years old. I started playing with his jigsaw.
Yeah,
and just finding pieces of wood and cutting it and just doing whatever. And I would play with that. That
That'll
was
kill
my
some time.
toy. Yeah. But you had to find things to entertain yourself with. If there wasn't something on television, like I said, this is obviously pre-phones and actually a lot of pre-video game days. You just had to kind of root around and see what you could find to entertain yourself for a little bit.
The houses weren't set up for kids.
Yeah.
It was set up, you had the big clump of butterscotch by the front door, and there were the standards meant for very old people.
Or the strawberry candies. I remember just grabbing the snuffer, the candle snuffer, and walking around the house and putting out fake candles.
Right.
Like they weren't lit, but I would still put it out.
Yep. Here's a couple other things from this list, which are things you always find at your grandmother's house. An old coffee percolator that she only ever used for parties. Her recipe card library that sat on the kitchen counter.
Oh, man. My Aunt Mary has one. Aunt Mary's still alive. I think she's 90 now. She lives in Willow Grove, and Preston, has an entire dresser drawer filled with recipe cards.
All right.
And at this point in our family, it's kind of like gold. Like,
Sure.
it's
Oh,
stuff
my
that she's
God,
been making
yeah.
for decades and decades and decades. I'd love to get my hand on them.
For Christmas a few years ago, my uncle copied my grandmother's recipes and laminated them and gave them to
what a great idea. That's good.
bunches. But then I saw one recently where you can somebody put it on a cutting board. So they had it
that's a great
lasered
idea.
into a cutting board.
I
Isn't that
love
really
that.
sweet?
I like that.
My grandmother had given the family a book of her favorite sex positions. And it was really...
That's nice.
It was so nice. That's the way Gum Gum used to do it. Oh, my
She modeled the photos in
Yeah,
there?
absolutely, yeah.
Here's another one. A bowl of nuts that seem to always have been the exact same ones, and you wonder...
3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Keep fading up the wrong faders here. All right, I got it. B-Files brought to you by Sequoia Outback and their Spring to Sequoia sale. You can experience the ultimate in outdoor living in Sequoia's massive showroom and save big on decking, railings, grills, and furniture this spring. DeckSupplies.com. Here is a follow-up story. I have a feeling we're going to hear about this guy for years to come. Less than a year after claiming a record-shattering $167 million Powerball lottery jackpot, a Kentucky man has now been hit with a third arrest.
Oh, man.
This time on burglary and drug possession charges. So James Farthing, we'll give you a little history on him. 51-year-old from Georgetown purchased his winning ticket in April 2025, making history by garnering the largest lottery prize ever awarded in the Bluegrass State, and he shared his millions with his mother. Well, 4 days after his win, while toasting his life-altering success on a Florida beach, he was arrested during a late-night altercation and accused of misdemeanor battery on a law enforcement officer. Body cam footage showed Farthing kicking an officer in the face, trying to flee, and then getting tased. He pled guilty earlier this month and was sentenced to time served after a 9-day jail stint. Then in February, the Kentucky man was arrested again on charges of intimidation in Georgetown after a woman called police in fear for her life. Late in the evening on February 11th, deputies were sent to a property after a woman dialed 911 claiming armed people were in her house. Police discovered a .38 caliber weapon in the dryer. The woman told investigators that Farthing had picked her up from her Lexington abode for a prearranged meeting. He then allegedly attempted to pressure her into eating a gummy. Farthing allegedly told police that the woman had been perfectly fine prior to her disappearance from the group and that he had been searching for her when officers arrived on the scene. Legal proceedings in that case remain ongoing.
Quick question. What kind of dryer sheet do you use for a revolver?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
But then on Friday, the Powerball winner was arrested for a third time. He was charged with second-degree burglary and marijuana possession.
Does he know he's rich?
Shortly after the lottery victory, Farthing had told a local news outlet, "I've caused a lot of stress on my mom, I've made some bad decisions in life, and God's been good because I've kept my faith and done right. And something happened good for me."
Inspiring.
Yeah, he's just... He's really walking the path.
Yeah, excuse me, I have to kick a law enforcement officer in the face.
All right, so speaking of the face, Braden Peters, the controversial manosphere influencer who goes by Clavicular, was arrested in Florida. This is a guy that used to hit himself in the face with a hammer, or does hit himself in the face with a hammer to look pretty. Peters was arrested Thursday in Fort Lauderdale on a battery charge.
I'm going to see what this guy looks like because I was watching this documentary and
he actually is. He's a pretty decent looking guy.
Is he a good looking dude?
Yeah.
All right, because they were.
He's not as handsome as Testicular.
Okay.
but he's close.
A source close to Peters said that the bail was being paid and that the arrest stemmed from an incident that happened over a month ago. The source alleged that Peters was not directly involved, but that it was a fight between his girlfriend, Violet, and a fellow influencer, Jenny Popak, who she accused of having an affair with Clavicular. The incident was caught on camera.
What a world.
Peters, who got his name from the prominence of his clavicle bone, is known for driving the looks maxing movement online. The term refers to the process of maximizing one's physical appearance through hygiene, fitness, and style, sometimes to a dangerous degree.
That's the guy with the clavicle bone.
Peters, in particular, is known for such extreme tactics as hitting himself in the face with a hammer so his bones grow back sharper and taking small amounts of methamphetamine to suppress his appetite. His ethos is guided by the idea that physical appearance trumps all else, though its offshoot venture into sexist, misogynistic, and racist philosophies. On his website, he offers loyal disciples a chance to learn directly from him and, quote, ascend in a world lingo for becoming more physically attractive. He has denied accusations of racism or of claiming any particular worldview, telling the New York Post in February of his chronic use of a racist slur of, quote, it's not a racist thing. It's just a fun word to say.
It's a clavicular thing.
Peters has appeared online alongside Nick Fuentes, an influential white nationalist and Holocaust denier.
Hey, can you use your own hammer?
This is not the influencer's first arrest. He was detained in Scottsdale, Arizona earlier this year and charged with 2 felonies, possession of a forged instrument and possession and use of a dangerous drug as well. So he's still at it.
Have we determined the medical validity of smashing your face with a hammer?
Yeah, there is none.
Improve your looks?
Last time we talked about him, they said, not a good idea.
No. But maybe we just let him keep doing it.
It can, yes, some bones can heal stronger or in a different way, but they said that hitting yourself in the face with a hammer is not a good idea.
Clavicular, if you want a total body makeover, drive your car off a cliff.
All right, Pennsylvania State Police say that 2 men were hurt after an altercation involving a gun and an axe in Monroe County. Troopers responded for reports of a shooting on Sunday before 6:15 p.m., and I don't have many details, but it just says after an investigation, state police say the 2 men got into a physical altercation involving an axe and a firearm.
He pulls out a gun, you pull out an axe.
State police said that both men are expected to survive. The investigation is ongoing and is being conducted by the Troop N Major Case Team and the Monroe County District Attorney's Office.
I think that's your new combat sport.
Yeah, axe versus gun. Why not? All right, this is a weird story. A teacher has been fired for asking students inappropriate questions like how long they would wait to have sex with a dead girl. But this isn't the first time that he was fired from his job for a prior job for the same thing.
Isn't he the typing teacher?
New Zealand-born Jason Morgan was placed under investigation after several of his comments triggered serious concerns among students, patients, and parents and colleagues. Morgan had managed to secure a position as a house assistant at an Australian boarding school with St. Patrick's College near Brisbane, completely unaware of his troubling conduct in previous roles. While working in his home country of New Zealand, Morgan would routinely exploit a school-sanctioned thought of the day discussion to bombard students with wholly inappropriate sexual questions. 2 students reportedly alerted authorities after growing increasingly uncomfortable with the nature of his line of questioning. Some of his questions included, would you have regular sex with a 7 out of 10 or have a one-night stand with a 9 out of 10? And would you sleep with an absolute 10 out of 10 if she was crazy? As well as asking children if they would engage in necrophilia, and if so, how long would they wait? Morgan was...
Inquiring minds want to know.
He was also reportedly compelled to issue an apology after directing a sexual remark toward one student's mother. The Queensland school that employed him was informed of his history. Morgan subsequently transferred to Channel College, which reportedly had no knowledge of his improper conduct. And they had said that Mr. Morgan is no longer an employee of Channel College.
How do you grade an essay about whether or not you would bang a corpse?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess it's subjective.
Yeah. No, this is all wrong.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. More stories coming up later on this morning, my friend.
Besides that, he's a good teacher.
Our buddy Kevin Smith will be joining us around 9 o'clock. We got some other things to tend to. We'll take a break and we'll come right back with it all. Stay with us. Never ate them.
Yeah.
So there'd be like walnuts and Brazilian nuts and, pecans, nuts and all that stuff in there. No, I remember with nutcrackers. In there. Yeah.
There were nutcrackers at my grandmother's house. Absolutely.
My dad would eat them. It didn't matter how long they'd been there.
And he wouldn't even use a nutcracker, just bite into them. Let's see. I will go to Jamie. Hey, Jamie, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Jamie?
So my grandfather's favorite candy was a Fifth Avenue bar, and he used to keep a bowl of them in a china cabinet that had sliding glass doors. And it was nearly impossible to get those doors open without anyone realizing or hearing the glass doors clanging together. So I can remember standing there for 40 minutes, just trying to get one little Fifth Avenue bar out of the cabinet. But fast forward to my adulthood. I mean, my grandparents died when I was younger, but took my kids to the Ocean City Boardwalk. And, I had toddlers at the time, but let them go into the candy store, and there's everything under the rainbow there in the candy store. All the colorful lollipops, and they could pick anything. And my 2-year-old picked up a Fifth Avenue bar. And, they don't have very fancy wrappers, just a plain brown wrapper. But that was what he chose in the candy store. And it felt like my grandfather was there.
Oh, that's great.
My kids, he could have had anything, and he chose the Fifth Avenue bar.
I like that. Nice. All right. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Here's one that I remember doing when you were looking for things to do. At the parents' house, I'm going to go to EJ. Hi, EJ. Good morning.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up?
So actually, this is going all the way back to my great-grandmother's who had a row home in Kensington.
Okay.
And so her stairs were just at the right angle, and they were carpeted. So we would actually go, and it was always Sunday dinner. So actually, I had the cousins to play with, and we would go up to the top and actually slide down the stairs.
Yeah, you could on your butt.
Yeah.
you could slide all the way down the stairs.
Yeah, if you lifted your feet up a little bit and straightened your feet up, and you could just all the way down. Hours and hours and hours. But
I used to love doing that.
Yeah, but you reminded me. Actually, my grandfather had a woodworking shop in his basement. So when we would go over there, it was like Tool Central.
It's amazing how, and you'd be unattended. Yeah, I have a table saw in the basement. Go down and play with that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right, thanks, EJ. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would go through. God, man, I was a nosy kid. I remember going through the bathroom at my paternal grandmother's house, and just going into their closet where all this stuff was, and they just had, like 10 bars of soap in there for whatever reason, and extra things. And I would I told you when my dad would take me to, to his work for whatever reason, I'd spend the entire time in the supply closet. That was just fun for me.
Look at this.
Look at these staples.
Like tons of staples.
Or the staple remover.
Oh, yeah, you could put your finger on it.
Yeah. They were like, you can pretend it was a mouth or whatever, a little monster.
A little barracuda.
You can find stuff to play with.
Paperclip jewelry.
You do that too? Yeah, absolutely. Let me go to Terry. Hey, Terry, good morning. Hi, Terry. I'm sorry. There it is. What's up, Terry?
There we go. Hey, good morning. My grandparents had a corner store in their basement.
Okay.
And we could go down there and get anything we wanted.
What do you mean by a corner store? They did that, like they were literally selling things, or you're just referring to it as a corner store?
No, they literally owned a corner store. The little Dagobah that you.
So they lived above it.
They lived above it, and they owned it, and they
lived on Dagobah
out of their home.
They were living where Yoda lives.
Bodega.
You said Dagobah.
I know, Dagobah, which is Yoda's home.
This is a story.
And we could literally go down there and get, candy and toys.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Deli meats right off the slicer.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
The lightsabers.
Learn the Force.
Your liver wish you do.
They had all of that stuff.
Yeah.
I love that, man.
He missed this entirely.
No, he's just smart and he's just going forward.
He's not that smart.
Sorry.
He lived on Dagobah.
I got it, Nick. I'm a Star Wars fan, too.
See?
To have a store like that in your basement would have been like heaven. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
So, Terry, did they allow you to go down to just take the stuff you wanted and they'd take it out in inventory later on?
Yeah. The only thing we couldn't do is we couldn't actually slice the meats on the slices.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense, Terry. You stay away from the deli cutter.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. But everything else would be great.
All right, thanks, Terry.
But everything else, I mean, they even let us ring up people on the register. You know?
I was wondering if they would let you guys do that.
Ring up customers, you will.
Oh, my God. All right, thanks,
Love
man.
it, man.
Appreciate it. Hang on. All right, sometimes you find something you don't want to find. I'm going to go to Gary. Hey, Gary, good morning.
Well, I had a feeling you guys would save me for one of the last ones.
All right. Yeah, do tell, Gary.
It is not Gary, but they didn't want to use anonymous, so I'm gonna go with Gary.
All right, fair enough.
So I'm in my 40s now. I officially stopped looking through Grandma and Grandpa's stuff around the age of 12. Every time we were over there, we decided to go searching, and I found some really cool things. We always had a contest who could find the coolest thing and share it with the other cousins.
Right.
And well, one day we were in one of the guest bedrooms. And of course, we're challenging. Wow, we got to go somewhere we've never gone. And so we pulled out all the dresser drawers, and we were going deep. And we noticed on the way back, because who doesn't look through their grandparents' photo album?
Sure, yeah.
So we found a photo album in the way back that we just never saw before. We're like, what is this? We open it up, and good old Grandma apparently had a nice X-rated photo session done.
Oh my God.
Session.
Wow.
Ooh.
Like how? X? Triple X? What are we talking?
Not triple X, but I got to see where my daddy came from.
Oh my God!
Oh my God.
All right, and was it in her younger years, Gary, or was it more grandma age?
Was it like the deli meat at the bodega?
I would like to say that I was probably born at this point.
Okay.
Grandma
wow.
wasn't.
So she was
no
grandma.
matter what, even if Grandma was 20, I don't think I'd look at it the same. But yeah, and it was like, if you guys remember in the 80s, it was that blue, cloudy, black backdrop.
Yes. Yeah.
And they were. So I don't know. I can only presume they were professionally done. But
wow.
Of course, put that back, and I lost that day, and I didn't find anything exciting. So,
all right. At what point did you say anything to anyone, or did you hold on to this forever, or did you?
I held on to this for many years, and finally, when I was basically an adult, and we were moving my grandparents from their home to a retirement community, my aunt's like, "Oh, we need help." I'm like, I got stuff to do. I'm good. And they're like, why are you not helping? I'm like, look. And finally I told them. And basically they all said I was off my rocker. They're like, my mom would never do this. Oh, I beg to differ. So fast forward to, God rest their souls, they both ended up passing within like a year of each other in the past few years. But so my aunt calls me up and says, hey, we need you to, we're getting rid of stuff. Go through stuff. We've got family albums. And, of course, I hear that and I start twitching. So I said, look, I am not going through any photo albums until you go through them first. So she said, all right, fine. You're still being crazy. I can't believe you're not letting us go. Maybe a week goes by after they're cleaning stuff out. And all of a sudden I get the call. And she calls me up and says, I want to apologize. And I said, what happened? She's like, I found the photo album.
There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go.
So I had to ask, I'm like, what did you do with it? And I'm like, did you look through it? She's like, I had to. It was like a train wreck. And she said it went into our backyard, fire pit. She's like, no one will ever find them. They are gone with her.
Hey, let me ask you, Gary, do you guys get a group rate on therapy or?
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing, Steve. Talking about this is literally like I'm cringing right now.
Oh, dude, I told you. I saw my grandmother topless, Flagler Beach, Florida. It lives with you. Yeah, it's nothing you can ever forget. So my heart goes out to you.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right. Good luck with that, Gary. Wow.
Imagine that.
No.
Grandma's shoot.
And I guess they had to destroy it. I mean, she was gone, you know.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
Would you save it, Kathy?
Save one picture
No, I mean, well, like,
for the photo album, the family
yeah,
photo
I
album.
guess what the hell do you want naked pictures of grandma for? I don't know.
What if you find
We
out
have
that
no-
your relative, as you're going through things, is actually that large African American gentleman sitting on the edge of the bed?
Seriously, seriously.
that's
See, we don't have very many pictures. Like, my mom.
I wouldn't mind doing
what,
and I'm gonna state this right now. And we'll check and see if Chuck is cool with it, and if you guys like the idea. I think we need to do a weekly left turn.
Yeah,
All right. Musically,
Yes.
once a week, just play something that is either unique or one of our favorites, or just way out of the MMR format, and just I mean, Jackie does a brilliant job at it. Pierre used to do it all the time. I'm sure that Brent still throws them in there. And, of course, Matt does on, middays now. So.
MMR's legend is built on the ability to do that because we've been around for so long. And the fact that the library is so huge, the A to Z, weekend, the A to Z weeks is an example of just where we can go. But it's been so fun to have things from like Joni Mitchell to Shirley Bassey.
Yeah. We'll just have to be diligent and make sure we make a list of them. And as long as we can come up with 50 some odd.
It can be
we can
whatever.
do that.
Yeah.
I think we start with
we
this,
deserve it.
Start with this one right here.
The full song?
So
We can finally know what the next line is.
I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is.
He loves only gold.
But I love the idea of maybe a weekly left turn. Let's discuss that later on.
Yeah.
All right. Casey wrote me a note.
Yeah.
Has a surprise.
Yeah.
Should I say who it's for?
Well, I mean, listen, we can all. There are several surprises, but one surprise in particular for Marissa McNabb.
I'm drawing down on you.
No, don't draw down on me.
I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is. Casey's stepping out of the studio.
All right.
I don't know where he's going. Is he talking to somebody? Sam's moving around. He's going to... Oh, you're going to love this.
What is it?
Close your
What
eyes.
is it?
Close your
Okay,
eyes.
okay, close my
Hold
eyes.
on. All right, let him bring it all the
Is
way
it-
over to you.
is it
Just don't
some-
say anything. Don't say anything. All right, put out your hands.
Both hands?
Yep. Grab it. Open your eyes.
Oh my God. Oh my God, it's Yoshi. Oh my goodness. It is the Yoshi popcorn bucket before it's available tomorrow at the movie theaters.
Marissa
no way.
Going on about this the other day about how much she wanted the Yoshi
wow, Marissa, you got the whole-
popcorn bucket. And there's also a jacket that comes with it.
Dude, that is awesome.
In a bomber jacket. This is so my style. Oh my goodness. Joe Fucci, I'm guessing you were outside there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. When I showed you guys this the other day, you said it was pretty cool, right?
It's damn cool.
I love that.
It might be the best of the popcorn buckets that I've seen.
I like that better than the Wolverine one, man. That's awesome.
So it's Yoshi holding an egg, and then it's the egg that opens up, and that's where the popcorn goes.
And the movie opens Friday, right?
I think tomorrow.
Is it open tomorrow?
Wednesday. Yeah.
Joe, when does it open?
Tomorrow.
Opens tomorrow.
All right. Here's
Brie Larson is one of the voices, right? Yeah, by the way, she's a massive fan. Have you seen the Brie Larson videos of her freaking out about being in this movie?
No, this is Mario Galaxy, by the way, is what we're talking about.
Completely adorable.
All right. Here's a question I heard. Do you guys think that Yoshi has one eye or two?
Turn it to me.
Two.
But it's just a crease.
Yeah.
There's no
but there's still two
eyes.
separate
Yeah.
eyeballs,
Two separate
I think.
pupils.
Two pupils.
He's not a Cyclops.
And then Casey's handing out gifts to us here.
Oh, man.
So I have a, what is this? A water bottle?
Water bottle.
A water bottle from Mario
To put
Galaxy.
water in?
I love it. Thank you. But I'm most happy for Marissa.
Oh, wow.
Now, what will you do with that? Because that can just be a delightful thing to sit on a shelf somewhere.
That's going to be a collector's item, Marissa.
I think I can hide things in the egg.
Okay.
Like
That's what I
pot?
wanna do.
Like your weed?
I would never put any illegal substances inside Yoshi.
Not illegal in Jersey.
You're right.
keep that pristine and clean because it's going to be worth something. Some of these things are the value because it's so limited. I think you're going to have a collector's item.
Steve, I would never sell this.
I know.
We got
So amazing.
shirts and all kinds of goodies.
So I've been following along. The whole cast was at Epic World last weekend, and they were just going all over the place and doing the fall down the Mario tubes and running up the walls and such. So Epic World is the Mario space down in Florida,
Okay.
and they're just going all over the park and having fun.
Awesome.
It's fun to
So
watch.
I'm looking in our control room. Are you guys all Mario people over there? Okay. So Sam, do you want the backpack? We have one more extra backpack. Okay, you can have that backpack.
We'll hand out the goodies to everybody. Awesome. Thank you, Joe. Everybody,
Thank
Joe
you,
Fucci
Joe.
is here this morning, and he brings us all kinds of goodies. He likes us.
Well, when we got boned out of the Wolverine popcorn bucket, he brought us some.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I got one sitting in the shelf in the office. All right. Well, that was a nice surprise.
That's great.
However, we have content to do, and it is time for Survey Says. We haven't done this in weeks and weeks. It's been a little while, so these have been backing up a little bit. I saw this particular survey. It was a dating app. Highly asked 4,500 Gen Z and millennial daters about subscription costs, password sharing, and if it is acceptable to continue using your ex account if the relationship ends.
Oh.
Meaning streaming services.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I don't think it is.
I think it's fine as long as they don't know it.
If they don't know it.
Yes.
Okay.
So they found, well, you can figure it out.
Well, a lot of times now, just because my kids are away at college, like I get texts or calls all the time saying, hey, what's the confirmation code? So that is the quickest way for your ex to find out that, somebody's trying to use their account.
So somebody had scammed us. We were at a hotel room and we signed in and we didn't sign out to Netflix. And somebody, whoever the next tenants were, whoever rented that room, got on and realized that they had access to our account and they continued to use it. I don't know how they got the passwords or whatever, but they did. And anyhow, I could look up and find out where they were signing off or signing on, what part of town, where they were. And I found a way to block them out completely.
Crap, I forgot to, because when we were in Clearwater, I was using my Prime Video account.
Yeah,
Forgot to log out.
I learned the
Crap,
lesson.
I forgot to log
Always
out.
sign out.
Yeah.
If you're somewhere else, make sure you sign out of the account.
Well, and that's dangerous because it's attached to your Prime where you can buy,
Yeah.
Amazon stuff. But I think it's acceptable until you're locked out or you need a code. And then that's the end of it.
Okay. So according to this, they found the survey, 83% of daters would be willing to share a streaming account with a romantic partner to save money. More than half, 54%, say that they think $10 to $15 monthly streaming subscription is expensive. It is. Nearly two-thirds, 64%, have shared a streaming password with their partner. For some, it's a sign of trust or a kind of relationship milestone.
I trust you. That's why I touch your genitals.
So do you guys use your own, when you're watching shows with your wife, do you watch on the same account or do you switch?
We have separate ones, Rochelle and I do, because there are some things that she will go, and that's on all of our streamers. In fact, the entire family, we all have individual accounts on every streamer.
But it really depends on what movie you're going to watch. Like if we were going to sit down and watch Deadpool Wolverine, we would use my account. If we were to watch, I don't know, something that she watches.
Deadpool number 2.
So you're really actively
because I don't want my
curious about the
algorithm.
algorithms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same thing. Yeah, that's the reason. So I want it to continue to feed me things that I'm legitimately interested in and not necessarily throw a bunch of stuff at Shell that she wouldn't care about.
Yeah, so it's just us, just two people in the house, and I pick a lot of the stuff. But like on Netflix, she's got her own subcategory, her own account.
Okay, so another question. You guys have, up to 5 people in your household sharing one account. Do you think it's acceptable for me and one friend to share a password? Because we're in different houses.
Say that again?
So you guys are in one household and you have 5 accounts.
Yeah.
You have 5 people different watching it. I technically, as a single person, would be paying the same amount of money. Do you think it's acceptable for me to share it with one friend or
I don't
2
care
friends?
one way or the
Yeah,
other.
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're not all in the same, like Carter doesn't live at home, so he's elsewhere, and you've got kids that live away from home, but they still use your account.
What is the standing rule with Netflix and multiple usage? Is there a set maximum users on one account?
Yes. So it depends on which package you buy.
Okay. So the premium package allows you how many?
I think 5.
5.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's it. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that might be it. So almost a third of those who, 30% of those who have shared a streaming account with a partner continued using their ex's account after the breakup. But how long are we talking? 26% said they kept using their ex's account for more than a year post-breakup. For 22%, it was a few months. 13% did it for a few weeks, and only 14% only use their exes for a couple of days.
Okay, well,
so
this-
they're doing it quite a bit.
This leads me to ask, how long is it acceptable to cash Social Security checks of a family member who's passed away?
Forever.
Yeah, you know.
Forever?
Forever.
Okay. That's more lenient than I thought it was going to be.
So nearly a quarter, 23%, said that their ex's password never stopped working after they split. But 17 of those that did bravely reached out to their ex and asked for updated access as well.
That's a ballsy move.
That is.
Have you ever had the situation, and so I have everything. It's just my thing. I'm crazy about this. I'm just crazy about wanting to have access to all this stuff. Have you ever had the situation where you tried to log on and could not get on because someone else was using it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that has absolutely happened a few times. And I think that might have been before we went with the expanded package.
Okay.
I think it might have been like we had like a 3-user or
Right,
2-user
right.
package. And then it was like, you know, Carter moved out and then it started. I'm like, I guess I'm bucking up, you know, so that's what ended up happening. So, all right, another survey. So this survey, it's 2,000 U.S. adults who traveled in the past year. Were asked about people doing nothing on vacation.
Like not going anywhere, just staying at home and not doing anything.
Just kind of being sedentary.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll explain as this goes
Like you're
along.
in a coma.
So they found that more than half admit they don't know how to do just nothing. 56% find doing nothing difficult to do, even on vacation. 48% said they'd even feel guilty if they did nothing on vacation. So what's keeping them from enjoying some blissful, lazy downtime? You can blame what's called the busy effect. We're so used to being busy all the time that it's hard to turn it off. The average person says, I'm busy nearly 300 times a year, and 30% say it almost daily.
So my friend Mike, he's my oldest friend. He cannot sit still. He just can't. He doesn't like watch a whole lot of television. Like if he'll have, let's say it's Sunday and the Eagles are on, he'll have the Eagles game on, but he won't sit on his couch and do it. And he just can't do it. And I feel bad, right, that he can't just sit and relax, like or do nothing. He's just incapable of doing it.
I've gotten to a point in my life, and it's been a few years now, that I feel like I need to be doing something. Like if I'm doing nothing, I'm like, there's something I should be doing. You know what I mean? And I don't necessarily like that. But then again, I kind of do like, well, playing golf is doing something. But I find myself needing to be in the middle of something. Unless, now that could also be we are
a daisy chain.
We're actively watching a TV show together as a family.
Right. So that is an activity, a family activity. So,
But that is still, that's a more sedate sort of thing where you're relaxing.
It is.
I think over the course of years, I perceived you getting better at relaxing. Like when I go away on vacation, I've got to exercise first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Every morning. That is sort of my pass. I've done something. But like, kind of just sitting out and, on a beautiful day like this is going to be and reading or doing something on, does that count as
if you're outside
doing nothing
and doing nothing? I don't know.
Doing nothing literally laying on the floor of a dark room.
But you're right, Steve. I try to, especially on the weekends, I like to get all of my responsibilities done as early as possible.
Same.
And then I feel
I've earned it.
You've earned it.
I've earned it.
Yeah.
So I'm in this this mode of life right now where I was just talking to my family about it. My daughter's taking AP Psych. I don't know if she learned this or if she just made the term up, but she called it task paralysis. And so I am...
Is that like syphilis?
It's not like that at all, because I probably wouldn't be talking to my 16-year-old daughter.
Is that the
about
drippy or scratchy?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that was the cartoon.
It is so many things in my life have piled up, and I just cannot get motivated to do anything.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You have a number of things to do, and you get not overwhelmed, but there's so much to do that you don't do any of them.
I don't do any of it.
So it's too daunting to even begin.
I mean,
know what you mean.
I have my entire garage is just filled with
dead bodies.
Dead bodies, well, Steve, I mean, believe it or not, there's a dead mouse in a mousetrap that's been there for weeks. I mean, that's just like,
It deserves a decent funeral.
Well, possibly, but I haven't even gotten around.
So may I suggest something?
That.
So I know that. That thing. So what I do, and it's easier for me to say for you to do something that I do, I just, this thing, closet right now. I'm going to do the closet right now.
Right.
Like, if I give it a second thought, I won't do it. And then when I go into that, I start to, in a cascading fashion, take care of the other things.
Right. Question about your garage.
Yeah.
Is it more than just straightening up? Like you need to purge.
There
and do
needs to
this
be a
stuff?
purge. It didn't help that I had to move. Well, I had to move my mom's car into the garage. So she's currently not driving right now. So I had to move that into the garage, which pushed everything over quite a bit. And then with the snow blower had to go out of the other bay and into the...
So there's a lot of shifting around. But is the mouse staying in the same spot?
Yeah. He hasn't moved.
So you need to throw some stuff away. You know what you need, my friend? The Bagster.
By the way, Bagster people, listen, obviously you pay for the Bagster up front, and then there's an additional charge when they pull it. I use the Bagsters all the time, just did it, cleaned out my garage. And it is a wonderful thing because when you have it sitting there, and it can, 3,500 pounds of stuff. And yes, this is an extended commercial because they're advertisers, but I swear by them. To get that garage cleaned out, because you're more likely to go, the hell with it. I'm throwing it out.
Well, and Casey, I mean, self-diagnosed ADHD just from all the videos I see on Instagram, and I associate myself so much with what you're talking about. Like, you'll walk into the garage to go get the mouse, and then when you walk in, you're like, I've been meaning to put gas in my lawnmower.
I won't even do that. I just step over everything and get whatever it is I need to get.
So you will do the one thing, though?
Well, no, I won't. No. So, honestly, I walk into the garage and I basically go blind to everything that's in there. So if I walked into the garage, you go get a screwdriver, which by the way, there was my door handle for my bedroom was loose, and it had been loose for 2 weeks. All I needed to do was go downstairs to my garage, grab a screwdriver, and I'm like, I'll remember to do that later. And then I never rememred to do that.
Do you know such a quick temporary fix?
Yeah.
Crush a dead mouse into it.
Steve, I got a question about the Bagster, because we've been talking about it for weeks now. I have some big items. Like I have an old basketball pole. Can I stick that in the bag?
So
if it fits.
If it fits, you have to be able to fit it in the bag and close the handles over the top.
Okay.
So you can't have something jutting out 4 feet from the Bagster.
Right.
But it'll hold a hell of a lot, especially with the handles up on top. So if you can either bend it or
I can't. No. This is like an.
How many feet is it?
A lot.
Right.
So I mean, maybe
it may be a little.
If
too
I
long.
went corner to corner. Or
Yeah,
something.
you
If
might.
it's too big, then J-Dog Junk Removal.
Yeah.
Those guys too. I've used them many
They're
times.
awesome.
They're great. So, but anyhow, back to this.
Yes.
But maybe we can help you out with that case. Getting that stuff done. I know it can be daunting. So, as far as staying busy goes, even when people are not busy, their minds are still focused on things like money troubles and to-do lists and stuff like that. Nearly half of the people surveyed admit they tend to feel stressed and guilty when not actively busy because they think they're forgetting something. That can happen to me sometimes.
Well,
I'm like, I should be doing something.
That's
right now.
100% true. And so what happens is, you know how I know that's 100% true? Because when I'm in zones where I feel I've achieved a lot and gotten a lot taken care of, those are the most blissful, quote unquote, relaxing times where I can just sit down and watch a movie or do things like that. I have to make sure that I free all that other crap from my mind or else I can't do it. So this is exactly me.
Yeah, if I do nothing on vacation for too long, I feel like I'm wasting the vacation.
Yeah.
Like I could be doing something else.
Yeah, like when we were on Christmas break, I made sure I got up and went to the gym every single day. And normally I don't do that. Normally I take that time off from the gym, but I also go into a depression.
Can't work out. There's a dead mouse in my garage.
No, but I also go into like a depressive state from being so stagnant, for a while. So I made sure that during that time, especially, weather's not all that great, but
Does the dead mouse talk to you the way that the goblin talked to Harry in Spider-Man?
I forgot about the dead mouse altogether until you said dead bodies in the garage. And I was like, oh, that's right. I have a dead mouse.
Damn it, a dead mouse. And Dead Mouse is a performer, too.
Yes, Dead Mouse 5.
Yeah, Dead Mouse 5, yeah. All right, so nearly half of the people admit that they tend to feel stressed. Oh, yeah, I already said that. But here's the last note I want to make on this. 1 in 6 confess that they can't remember the last time they cleared their mind, but half would love to do it on vacation. And respondents say a vacation feels like a true escape when it comes with scenic views, according to 45%, fresh air, not having to worry about what to do next.
Coconut soup.
That's one of my favorite ones, when you don't have to worry about, okay, what else do I have to do? Or clear blue waters and being near the beach.
You know, oddly enough, when that stuff like that comes to me, if I'm sick, if I'm in bed, this doesn't happen often, where you have no option but to just sit there and you're just kind of, your energy's low, you're watching TV and you're just in the zone. I mean, that's all you can do. Right. Or when the airplane door closes,
yes,
you can't do anything.
Yep.
Those are really restful times, by my perception. Do you agree with that, or is that you have no option?
Yeah, sure.
Sit there and take it.
This is your only option.
Yeah.
So that's
join
all
the
good.
Mile High Club.
All right, here's another one. Survey says nearly a third of people get tattoos that are spur of the moment decisions.
I know.
According to a poll of 1,000 adults with body art.
Marissa, the tattoo on the boombox on your arm, that was a spur of the moment, correct?
And so was this one. This was a pop-up in a bar that I just got out of the blue.
And there was one artist that was, who's the artist who did it that was very notable?
That was Big Island Mike. He's a South Park character.
All right.
He lives in Hawaii.
So,
But, yeah.
17% said their most recent tattoo was done on the same day they decided to get it.
What about you? You have some old ink.
Yeah, one of them was spontaneous. It was one around my ankle, which is terrible. It's actually all my tattoos are lame. I need to go and get redone. My youngest wants to. This is how they're trying to get a tattoo. Dad, we could get tattoos together.
Oh, is that how they're doing it?
Yeah.
We're 18 now.
It's pretty special, actually.
That's fun.
But maybe I'll do that. I've really thought about for a long, long time now about getting a Beatles tattoo.
Yes.
I don't do spur of the moment tattoos. It's got to mean something. It has to be something that I'm going to that has been significant enough for me to last for the rest of my life, and I'll be cool with it. And a common thread for my entire life has been my fandom of the Beatles. So
that makes complete sense.
So yellow submarine on your back?
No. I thought about getting the classic Beatles logo. The black with the T that drops down low. Right here, kind of on my wrist.
Yeah. I like it that.
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I actually bought some stickers
to see how it looks.
See what it looks like. I haven't done that yet.
I think that's smart. You could also do it temporary. I have you guys have seen it, a huge Ugly Kid Joe tattoo on my back.
Yeah.
Dude,
Wait.
Jackson used to have an Ugly Kid Joe tattoo. Yep.
He covered it up and put a koi fish.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I actually have an appointment to get a tattoo today.
No way. What are you getting?
You know what? It's so funny that you should say that. I don't know yet.
Ugly Kid Joe?
What are you talking about?
Can I recommend something?
Yeah.
A dead mouse?
I was thinking about a monkey hanging between my nipples. What do you think?
Saying geo-parody.
Wait, you're seriously getting a tattoo today, and you don't know what you're getting.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
I don't know.
That seems not like you.
I know. It's one. Well, because I was thinking I want to get something really goofy.
I was thinking, man.
Yeah, because everything I have is has to do with my kids or my family or whatever, and I wanted to kind of get something a little bit different.
Do you mind calling upon the listeners to give you suggestions?
No,
of things?
I don't. No. This wants to come. This wants to come from this brain.
Okay,
yeah,
dude, you got to do a fish tattoo.
Well, so
or do you already have one?
I don't. So I was thinking about incorporating fish.
How about
eagles,
Abe Vigoda as
Alf?
fish?
I could do. So yeah, if I could have Abe Vigoda and the fish Moo Moo.
Holding an Alf doll?
Yeah. That's
pretty
so
sweet.
meta.
Wearing an Eagles helmet.
May I ask who is doing the handiwork?
I'm going to go to Runic.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Dodge.
Is that Bob?
That's Bob Dodge.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So anyhow, so some say that the 6% of the people that were polled said that it happened. The tattoo they got happened within an hour of them having an idea to do it and just going and getting it.
Joe Fucci just texted me, get Alf. Believe it or not, that was one of the ideas, was to have Alf in the fish Moo Moo. But I got to incorporate the Eagles in there somehow.
I think when I love like a good. Your ink is pretty good, Case. You have stuff that means something to you.
Yeah. It's all right.
I know, Preston. Yours is the tribal, which you're not too.
Yeah, it's bad, and unfortunately, I can't get. I looked into getting it removed a while back, but there's a couple of colors on there that can't be removed. Anything that's a lighter color, white, yellow.
Can you do the Machine Gun Kelly thing and tattoo on full black socks?
You know what? I actually thought about just a black band.
Oh, okay.
Covering it up all the way around. I thought that might look kind of cool. I don't know, but
straight edge. Isn't that what the black bands are?
Yeah.
Isn't that what it represents? I think it represents like being straight edge.
What does straight edge mean?
You're clean. You don't do drugs. Yeah.
I'd have to see what that looks like.
If it just looks like a regular black armband and that means straight edge, I always thought that meant you were in mourning.
Yeah, I don't know. All right,
or your ankles are in mourning.
But it means, listen, your tattoo means whatever you want it to.
Yeah,
mean.
just suck it
for you. So straight edge tattoos.
Yeah,
those look like X's. to
Yeah,
me.
that was just the first look. I will.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Preston, I've seen this cool thing. It's a Hindu symbol.
Yeah.
And it's like
No, don't do it. Because people don't
they're right.
They see it as the other symbol. Yeah.
All right, so when deciding to get inked on the fly, 31% said that they were with friends, and 30% did it while they were on vacation. More than half of those polled, 56%, say that they use tattoos to show their commitment to something they love. I could see that.
Yes.
This includes 33% who have tribute tattoos for their parents, 24% who have them for their dogs, and 23% for their favorite band. But it's not all ink. Not all ink is so sentimental. 21% have tattoos inspired by cartoon characters. 11% have one related to a meme, and 7% have a tattoo of their favorite food. The food ones are kind of fun.
They
I think
are.
It's kind of fun to see.
They are.
I like when you can get a mozzarella stick in your arm, like in your elbow.
Yeah.
And so it's together, and then when you open your elbow, the cheese pulls.
Oh, that's great.
I think
Yeah.
that's
You know
amazing.
what? That used to be the thing way back when, before tattoos were what they were, was, look, I can make this mermaid dance, and stuff like that.
Hey, you know what you should get? Get a crescent roll on your ass cheeks, Preston, so that when you pull your ass cheeks apart, it looks like you're opening up the roll.
Dude.
Wouldn't that be great?
Or a pita or something like that. And shove some lettuce in your ass.
Dude, you could do there's so much that your ass allows you to do. An open face roast beef.
That's a good
I
idea.
like the one where people have the words "your name" tattooed on their ass, and then they can say to somebody at a bar, "I bet you $20 I got your name tattooed on my ass."
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, so think about that where you're headed out for tattoos. Time for one more. We've got Kevin Smith joining us in just a few minutes, so I'll keep this one a little bit short. Let me see here. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. That's too intense.
Oh, man. Now I'm excited.
Well, okay.
Is it
We'll
about
do
dead
this.
mice?
So, no, it's not about mice, but a survey of more than 1,400 Americans finds that about 1 in 3 believe the world will end during their lifetime. Researchers say that these beliefs are no longer limited to fringe groups either. They're influenced how people interpret major global challenges like climate change, pandemics, nuclear conflict, and emerging technologies. The study lead author, Dr. Matthew Billett, explains the impact, clearly saying belief in the end of the world is surprisingly common across North America and is significantly influencing how people interpret and respond to the most pressing threats facing humanity. These beliefs matter because they influence how people react to modern risks. For example, people who think humans are causing the apocalypse tend to support stronger action on issues like climate change. Those who believe the outcome is controlled by divine prophecy are often less supportive of preventative policies. And anyone who truly believes the end is near may feel that any action is pointless.
Have you ever worn a sandwich board that said the end is near and walked around town?
I have not, but that would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe or get a tattoo of that. Of the movies that depict the total end of the world, there's a movie that I think is pretty wild in the way it does. The movie Knowing.
Oh, yeah.
Not familiar.
Yeah. So basically, there's this thing that involves, you later learn that there are kids that have this special ability are being cultivated. I don't want to give too much away, but long story short, there are things that are told through a series of numbers, like plane crashes and so on and so forth, and you realize it's in preparation for an event that is, it involves something solar related.
Yeah.
Basically, our atmosphere becomes too thin because of a solar. Think of like the phage.
Astrophage.
Something like
in
that.
Project Hail Mary.
And so that's kind of what happens in knowing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm now reading for the second time Stephen King's The Dark Tower series. It's 7 books. It's a huge commitment, and I'm on the 4th book. But that focuses around the ending of all reality, of everything. Not our world, but all worlds, everything, all of it. And it's a bizarre concept. It's really trippy. It's not something that, is in any way, shape, or form touching.
Is it the nothing and never-ending story? That as well?
I think you're right.
Yeah, the nothing is nothing.
I mean, do you guys prefer like zombie apocalypse, alien invasion?
I love beach blanket movies.
Or something like what happened in Paradise, which is a global catastrophe.
You're saying there's some people left behind.
Yeah.
So like in Deep Impact or Greenland.
Yeah, I like
or Iceland.
I like that versus zombie.
Yeah.
Humanity has turned into something different and threatening.
Yeah.
Not that we aren't already, but to each other. I don't really. I'm over the zombie thing. I'm over that.
I'm going to need a big. And listen, there's no bigger zombie fan than am I. But I need a reset.
Yeah.
It's too much. It's like Possession. Come at me with something that I haven't seen before, refresh it. Yeah. But I agree with you, Preston. It's we've been to this world too much.
Yeah, so because I just started watching Firefly, which is essentially they're zombies, but there's aliens, but ultimately, whoever's left on Earth has to deal with the aliens and then each other at the same time.
You keep saying Firefly, but it's Falling Skies.
Falling Skies, yeah, my bad.
I find some peaceful satisfaction in the end of Don't Look Up. When they're just like together around the dinner table with their friends and they realize the world's going to end and they just kind of hold hands and that's it.
Have you ever seen the movie On the Beach?
No.
So it's about a submarine. We're dying. Everyone on Earth is there. I forget exactly the mechanism by which it is, but it involves mass suicides and people avoiding the thing. And this submarine is going around to see. Somehow I forget the exact premise. It's a Stanley Kramer movie. Gregory Peck is in it. It's really good.
Okay.
But it's a dour movie.
I guess I kind of like, and this is another Stephen King, reference, but in The Stand, like the superflu, this virus.
Yeah.
That's a pretty wild one, too, as far as
superflu.
End of the world.
Did you get your superflu shot?
I did not get my superflu shot.
You'll be stronger than the other flus. You'll make people sneeze and their tummies will hurt.
And then there was another one. The alien concept thing is kind of interesting as far as, an attack from elsewhere.
Right.
More of the world style?
Yeah, something along those lines. Or, Steve, what was that? And Craig Legons would know this because he told us about it. There was a TV movie, essentially, where it played off as a real news report.
Oh, The Last Broadcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what you're...
Something like that.
Is that it? No.
Was it War of the Worlds?
That was
no.
Okay.
It was more current than that. It was like early
it was
80s.
Done. There were
a couple different ones.
There's one where these terrorists had a nuclear bomb on a ship.
It's like that.
New Orleans. Then there's the day after, which was
That's another nuclear one. This is aliens attacking Earth. And it was played off as a newscast the whole time, and you're watching the whole thing on. Craig had brought me up to speed on that one time, and I thought that one was kind of interesting. But now we're talking about movies.
Now, what the hell's going on? Why did you bring this up, Marissa?
All right. Anyhow, no. While it may matter less whether the end of the world is actually near, simply believing that it could be coming is already shaping how people think and act today. In many ways, that belief may matter more than the prediction itself.
So okay, just to go back to in movies, in Independence Day, would you be one of the people on that rooftop party?
I know, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Why not?
Welcome the aliens.
Yeah.
And they blow you up.
I mean, I've already decided I'm not running from the zombies.
Right.
Like, it just got to go.
You're going to be Harvey Firestein sitting in his car going, oh, dear God.
Marissa found it. It's called Without Warning. It actually came out in 1994. Damn. Wow. Okay. I thought it was 1980s. All right. Interesting.
I've got my Mario Brothers figure. That's all.
Me and Yoshi, we're going down.
I'm good to go.
Harvey Firestein.
Tell my therapist about it. Mom.
All right. We got to wrap up the surveys because we have our good friend Kevin Smith joining us in just a moment. He's got a couple of really cool things to talk talk about. So we'll take our break. We'll come back in just a moment, then we'll get Kevin on board. Stay with us.
Taking pictures, saving pictures.
Likewise.
I told the story before, but she destroyed all my dad's pictures of with other, girlfriends that he had. He was engaged before, and I always wanted to see what they look like. And he's like, "Oh, your mom made me get rid of them." So I keep pictures. I keep so many pictures.
Yeah, we've got loads of family photos from back in the day, and I love going back and looking at them.
That's why you are more inclined to do photo albums and presentations and wall. It's in your blood.
Yeah, because I always enjoyed it.
Right.
It was one of the things. My mom had this big canister of just a hodgepodge of photos.
Yeah.
Right.
And every now and then, every once in a great while, we'd take them out and we'd throw them out on the floor and we'd start going through. They weren't arranged in any particular way. And have a blast going through those. So yeah, my sister always kept photo albums. So I did that. Yeah, I mean, I don't really do it anymore. You can easily create them.
Sure.
Through laptops and programs.
Where it's easier than ever to do it, you do it less.
Yeah.
Because it's just always sitting there.
Yeah, but I think I should do some physical books, and you just kind of set them out and have them there, and they're kind of fun to go through from time to time. We still got time for a couple of more. Let me go. Yeah, let me go with these are things you found at your grandparents' house or would play with at your grandparents' house. I'm going to go to Sean. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, dude. What's up?
So in addition to the story I wanted to share, I think my grandfather may have been that photographer.
Oh, no.
All right.
No. Total joke. Thoughts and prayers, though, Gary. My brother and I used to love the chairlift on my grandfather's stairs.
Dude, I wanted...
And he would not love when we would race it up and down the stairs. He also did not like when we would commandeer the remote control so that when he would get 75% of the way up, we would have him go back down and jostle him up and down a bit.
Sean, I kid you not. One year I remember asking Santa Claus for one of those chairs. I'm a kid, but it just looked like so much fun. Obviously, it's not fun if you're 90 and can barely get up one step. But what was... so you would have the remote. Your grandfather would be going up the steps, and you'd be able to take control of it and start lowering it and F with him a bit.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because the remote would I guess supersede the little lever on the chair in case something went wrong. He'd be inching up to the top to go to the bathroom or something, and we'd have him going back down. And then.
I always wanted.
So I always remember.
Sean,
thanks, man.
I always think in Preston. I think of the ones that would go up and then curve, like in the movie Gremlins.
Yeah.
So it goes up the steps and then it curves and then launches the granny out the window.
Yep.
My grandparents had a lot of furniture that was another piece, that was another item. So they had a big credenza that was actually a radio when you'd open up the top.
The TV in the cabinet was a standard.
They also had a table that was a craps table, and these all took me years to find out. So
You had a craps table at home?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was a craps table, but it was covered in bric-a-brac and tchotchkes and all sorts of little things.
The chopping block in your kitchen was also a Sibian?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Another one of those is bumper pool.
Oh, yeah.
Because you could put a top on it and it would become a table.
Sure.
I love bumper pool.
I hated bumper pool.
I loved it.
It took me way too long in life to find out. I opened up the lamp was on a table, so it was connected to the table. I opened up the table bottom on one day, and there was a record player in there.
Okay.
And Abbey Road was sitting right there.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Here's a couple more on this list of things you always found at Grandma's house. A decorative bowl of plastic grapes that she had for at least
wax
25
fruit.
years. Yeah.
Wax fruit, a perennial.
Very dusty.
I remember I remember playing with the plastic grapes and pretending to eat them as well. Could have choked on one. How about a set of very outdated encyclopedias?
Yes.
Oh my God, we had the encyclopedias.
Yeah, we did too. and I would go through them and find in the anatomy ones, they would have those the clear pages that you could fold the muscle groups on top of the internal organs, on top of the
acetate,
bones.
yeah,
the acetate. That's it.
So my mother got us the full Funkin' Wagnall encyclopedia set through the supermarket that you'd go to. So you'd go and purchase, and they'd bring out a new letter every week. It was the worst. You'd lose letters. It was the most incomplete encyclopedia set ever.
Also, this says in her old telephone list finder sitting next to the phone. And Steve,
I remember those.
What did they call those? Was it like a Filofax or?
The Filofax is a similar. Yeah, in fact, that might be the name, Preston. But you'd have these little. Yes, that's
I have a picture of it right here. Yeah, it was.
You'd move an arrow down.
It was flat, and you would move this arrow down to the letter you want. And you'd hit the button, and it would pop open.
Yeah.
Right to that part of where the phone numbers were kept.
Yeah.
And I used to play with that thing all the time.
I loved it. Yeah.
Just because it would spring open. Let's see here. And the last thing it says the tin of Royal Dansk Danish butter cookies that never had cookies in it. It was filled with other stuff.
Yeah, several people were texting in that the sewing supplies and
sewing.
And that's what this photo is.
There
like
we go.
all the threads and needles and all
By
that
the way,
stuff.
I love those Royal Dance.
They are good
butter
cookies.
Too.
They're so
they're butter
damn
cookies.
good.
Yes.
They're really good.
Wait,
Do they
were
still
they-
exist?
Yeah,
they do.
Let's
Yeah,
probably get some.
they're excellent.
Were they all the same flavor?
No.
They were different flavors,
Yes.
right? Now that I'm looking at them.
I think they were all butter cookies, different shapes. Some of them had sugar on them. Some of them didn't.
Some had chocolate swirled into them. Yes.
Some of them had like little fruit inserts and things like that.
But they were all
So-
super healthy.
Yeah. All right. Oh, here's another one: a cozy Afghan blanket.
Oh, yeah.
That smelled just like her house. Yeah, and my one of my actually both of my grandmothers were quilters. So there were quilts all over the place as well. So yeah, these are it's interesting, and I'm wondering what it's like now if kids in our era, in this era, even need to root around through stuff and find things
This
to
is
play
my
with.
grandmother's zip drive.
Yeah, exactly. Because you've got plenty of options
Right, yeah.
of things to either watch or play with, handheld devices that you just give the kid the phone and they can play, with apps and phones like that. I wonder if they still go through drawers and go through closets and find things to entertain themselves with.
They can find grandma's naked pictures online now.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
They're there.
Just go to Pornhub.
PrestonandSteve.com.
Digital is forever. Yeah.
Grandma's on OnlyFans.
There was one time at Keenan's.
Yeah. Billy's hottest, one or the other, something or the other.
Why
All
did
right.
your hair never grow in right, Grandma?
All right. Well, thank you for your calls. We do appreciate it. Speaking of Keenan's, it's back on, folks. We made the announcement last week. Scott came by, Scott Keenan, to reveal the information. So the date is Friday, May 27th. We will be broadcasting live at Keenan's, North Wildwood. It is sponsored by Coors Light. It's our official opening of the Jersey Shore. It's Eggs with Peg. We'll have contests. We'll have stuff to give away. Essentially, we're just going to have a damn good time early in the morning, and we'll get the summer started off right. And by the way, if you are interested, we have what's called the Countdown to Keenan's. And it's your chance to win cut the line passes, a VIP table with a bucket of Coors Light, and a case of Coors Light as well.
Excellent.
After that. And all you have to do is go online. You go to the Keenan's event page, WMMR.com. Upload a photo of one of your favorite moments from one of our previous Keenan's events, if you've been before, and you hanging out with your friends, whatever it may be. And all photo entries will be displayed in the gallery on the page, and we'll pick a winner on May 20th. And we'll also have a chance if you haven't been and you haven't taken pictures, been there, we'll have a chance to win starting this week. And each Friday we will give one of those VIP passes away. And
There's some great photos on here already. This is cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's one, Steve, you just mentioned getting the head shaved. There's a contest we did called Rock, Paper, Clippers. And then, people just putting up group shots and stuff. It's neat.
I'll have to see if we shave some heads again this year. I don't know. We'll talk about that. All right. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment. Don't forget, we have in about an hour from now, Concert Cash, your chance to win. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. WMMR proudly presents Kathy's Cuts, benefiting wigs for kids.
And you can walk on my team. You can participate and be a part of this if you donate and sign up for Team Preston WMMR. You get a team T-shirt. We will actually get to walk on Lincoln Financial Field. If you've always wanted to be down there on the field.
Pretty cool.
Chance to do that. Swoop will be there, Eagles cheerleaders, and not to brag or anything, but I'm this year's media honored hero.
Yay!
So I'm getting an award. So thank you, everyone. Please quiet down. No, if and you can hear my call late in the night, whatever it is, I can't make that noise again. And that's me. So anyhow, it's coming up on the 12th of June, and it's for Crohn's and Colitis Foundation research, education, and patient support services for those suffering from inflammatory bowel diseases, which are insanely painful, gang. So if you could help out, that would be great. And sign up for the team. And just go to WMMR.com and click on events, and you will find the info there, and would love to have you on the team.
Preston, I got a text yesterday from Giovanna Pisano. Giovanna won our Isolation Idol contest. Remember that from 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic? Her band, Dinah, is going to be playing at your event. So she's gonna, and she saw the information on the website, and she's like, "Oh my God, I get to see Preston." She was on our show via Zoom, but never got to meet us. So Giovanna and her band are going to be there at that event on June 12th, which is really cool.
They always have several bands in different parts of the concourse
playing
as you're walking along, and there's usually, like superheroes and things. It's really cool.
But it's cool also. You've had to do it in a more mitigated way over the past couple of years, and this is sort of a return to what everyone loved about the event.
All these upcoming events are finally going to be what they once were, which is great. So participate
am them.
if you can. We am them. All right, I got this email. It was a little while back, but better late than never. I thought this was an interesting question to pose to people. So I got this email from Brian, who lives in, is it Lewis, Delaware? Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Lewis, Delaware, yeah. L-A-W-E-S, Lewis, Delaware. He said, hey, he said, I had an idea that I thought might be interesting. Recently, I learned that my in-laws have a garbage disposal, and they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it. They keep a trash bag in the sink for food scraps instead of allowing them to go into the garbage disposal.
So they have a device that they never use for fear of breaking it.
Yes. And he said, this is pure insanity to me. And it got me to thinking, if there are other things of convenience that some people refuse to use for fear of breaking them. So, and he also said, additionally, it's become clear to me that people love to do greetings when they go live on the air. I thought maybe a segment maybe called the Salutation Station would be cool. And it would allow people to get in and get their greeting fixed. Now, we'll worry about that another time. But anyhow, that's an interesting question. So you have this device that is made specifically for this one thing to do, yet you don't want to use it because you might break it. But what's the point of having it if you're not going to use it?
I know this phenomenon exists with a lot of people. I'm a gadget guy, so I will use it. I immediately adopt something, and I'll use whenever I get it. But I am aware of people who will buy things and never use them.
I do it all the time.
Are you guilty of this?
Yeah. The time.
By the way, if you are in this situation, call us. I want to hear it. 215-263-WMMR. All right, what is it?
So it's not that I won't use things. It's that I use them
sparingly.
Yes, when absolutely necessary.
Like super sparingly.
Yes.
Will you actually do extra work even though you have something that could get something? Okay.
So Casey and I we usually walk into work together, and he knows
93 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. A couple events coming up in Jersey that we want to tell you about with our next guest. First of all is Die Hard live on stage. That's
love
this
this
weekend, and he will be playing Hans Gruber. And then Jay and Silent Bob in His House is coming up on April 18th, and you can get tickets and information at smodcastleCinemas.com. Please welcome Kevin Smith to the show.
Good morning, kids. How are you? How is Philadelphia?
It's wonderful, sir. I was saying at the top, we're finally getting some warm weather, so that's a good thing, and we're happy about it.
I was there a couple weeks ago, and it was colder than a witch's.
In the Yukon. Yeah.
Listen, Kevin, I said earlier this morning the fact that you're doing the Die Hard live and you're playing Hans is so perfect because you and Rickman worked together on Dogma. You guys were friends, I assume. So you're taking on the role that really kind of launched him. So that's got to be a lot of fun for you.
It's good times, man. I mean, number one, anything that brings those who've left us back, even for a moment, for us to recollect how wonderful they were. That energy coalesces around those people that are drawing it. So I'll be there pretending to be Hans Gruber, but somewhere in the universe, since energy is neither created nor destroyed, I got to imagine the energy of Alan's going to be in our theater. It's My Castle Cinemas going like, why did I ever talk to this kid? Why is he ruining my legacy like this? That's one of the things we get to do when you own your own movie theater, kids.
Yeah.
Do something like stage Die Hard Live. And it's not even my production. It's a production that comes in. And they just asked me if I wanted to play Hans Gruber. And I was like, oh, yeah. So they do it like an old-timey radio show with like, then there was thunder. And they shake like a aluminum foil and stuff like that.
Like the Mercury Players.
Yeah.
So isn't it sound fun? So that's, for me, you know, I know it's chilly back east. That's worth jumping on a plane for. I know how much gas costs right now, but that's worth jumping on a plane for. Plus, this weekend on Saturday, before we do that, I'm a movie theater at night. During the day, I'm doing a signing at Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash because I got my new comic book, Bizarro Year None. Number 1 comes out. Isn't that awesome?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm back in comics, kids. I was literally up until 4 a.m. my time, which is like 2 hours ago, working on a Marvel title they haven't announced yet. They just announced a couple weeks ago a Marvel book comes out in June that I wrote. It's called Jay and Silent Bob, Jays of Future Past, where we get to interact with the Marvel Universe. And then because of that, I got a really cool gig that I was working on last night. But the one that comes out soonest is over across the street at DC Comics, and that's Bizarro Year None, which started life as a failed HBO project. Like back when HBO Max first started, and Greg Berlanti had all those CW shows.
Yeah, he was the king of that. Yeah.
Absolutely. So when HBO Max, when the streaming wars began, kids, if you can remember that back that far, remember the innocence of the streaming wars?
Yeah.
No straits being closed and only things being opened and whatnot. So back then, HBO Max was spending like Netflix to try to like catch up, as was Disney Plus. And at one point, they were going to do a series based on DC Comics called Strange Adventures, which, if anybody knows comics, knows that's the home of Adam Strange, came from that run of comics. So in this show, it was going to be an anthology. And every week, it would be a different deep cuts DC character. So instead of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, the same 3 you always hear about, they were like, let's do Dead Man. We'll do a 1 hour Dead Man movie, backdoor pilot. And if it turns into a series, fantastic.
Wow.
So they gave me a list of characters to choose from. And the characters that I leaned into hardest was Bizarro and the Daily Planet staff. So you couldn't use Superman. You couldn't use Lois, but you could use the entire world of Metropolis and the Daily News, Jimmy Olsen, Perry White, and whatnot. So we went for it. Me and my friend Eric Carrasco. Eric had written the episodes of Supergirl that I directed back in the day. So I recruited him. I was like, let's do this together. And then HBO Max decided not to go that way. Greg Berlanti's deal, I think, went away. But they were talking about like a $12 million pilot, which blew my mind because the CW shows were only like $4 million, like max. So this thing sat in a drawer after it all went south. And then Eric, my friend Eric, was like, hey, man, didn't they publish comics of scripts that you wrote that were failures? And I was like, well, you could put it another way. But yes, they did a Bionic Man miniseries in comics based on my $6 million manuscript. And they did Green Hornet as well. He's like, want to see if DC would like to do it with Bizarro. We reached out to him and bam, we're in business. So we got this artist, Nick Pitara, man, who's like, if you know Jeff Darrow's stuff, it's that detailed. And
wow.
amazing. This book may win awards, and it has nothing to do with our writing. It has everything to do with this art, man. So on Saturday morning, I'm going to be at Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash signing comics all day before I jump on stage as Hans Gruber, as sang the role of a great Hans Gruber. Hopefully for a generation redefining the role of Hans Gruber.
It'll be a distant memory after your interpretation. You know, it's
for some, only I will be Hans Gruber.
I remember Die Hard, Kevin. I was doing stand-up, and I was in Rochester, New York, and I was doing a series of college shows during orientation for colleges, and there happened to be a multiplex there. And I'm like, it's crappy Rochester rainy weather, and Die Hard had just come out, and Phantasm was there as well. That movie, and I know it meant the same thing to you. It saved my life because it just was like, I couldn't believe it. Bruce Willis, what a revelation. But Alan Rickman, such a revelation in that role. And I remember the one moment when I thought, this guy is taking the villain in a new way. It's when Bonnie Bedelia comes in with a request about something. And this guy who is, for all intents and purposes, this malevolent, horrifying person goes, all right, but what if we do this? He comes up with a solution. He works with her briefly in a very paternal way, and only he could do something like that. It was just such a brilliant thing. Did he come into your sphere because he was a fan of Chasing Amy? Was that how the story goes?
100%. First time I ever saw Alan in a movie was in Die Hard at the exact same theater where we're doing our show, Smart Castle Cinemas, man. The advertisement, if you remember, first week of release of the movie, nobody on the poster, just a giant building blowing up. Second week of release, half of Bruce Willis' face joins the poster. Because Bruce was the only known quantity in that movie going forward. Moonlighting had just enjoyed its first season on television. Maybe they were heading into, I think it was the first. And he had gotten a bunch of heat as David Addison. So I loved Moonlighting and David Addison, and that's what drew me there with the campaign that we will blow you out the back of the theater, is what they said. So I go to see it. Who did I see it with? With Michael Bellicose and Shannon Fury. And we did, man. I saw it in the same theater where I saw Scarface years before, way underage. I saw it when I was 12 and a half. So it made a huge impact. I mean, I became an Alan Rickman guy from that point forward. So I'm not just talking about and then I saw Robin Hood. Right. I went deep into anything he made back in the UK. If you're an Alan Rickman fan, do yourself a favor, track down a movie he made with Madeline Stowe called Closet Land, a two-hander about Prisoner of Conscience, and he plays the oppressor, and he does multiple voices and whatnot. Chewing the scenery, wonderful performance. I would track down everything he did. He was just one of my faves because, like Nicolas Cage, Alan Rickman is one of those actors that chooses a delivery you would never hear anyplace else. And that's really what acting comes down to. It's a choice. It's how an actor delivers a particular line. And this brilliant man, in Die Hard, I'm an exceptional thief. Something like that. Just takes it to this level of wow, he's committing, man, in a way that most wouldn't. So he became indelible for me. So when we were making Dogma, getting ready we were casting. My friend John Gordon, who was our exec at Miramax in those days, he called me up and he was just like, you'll never guess who we had in here, man. Alan Rickman. And I was like, Hans Gruber was in the building. Did he blow it up? And he goes, we were talking about movies that we wanted him to do because there's a Merchant Ivory movie that we were pitching him on. But all he wanted to talk about was whoever directed Chasing Amy. Wow. I was like, I directed Chasing Amy. He's like, yes. He goes, so maybe we should send him the script for Dogma. And I was like, oh my God, dude, he would be an amazing Metatron. Now, I never would have thought of Alan on my own accord because I thought he was too good for movies like mine. But the fact that he had loved Chasing Amy and was asking about it, I was like, oh my God, how do I pass this up? So we sent him a script. And shy of Jason Mewes, who says yes before I finish the sentence. When I'm like, hey, you want to be in a movie? He's like, okay. Yeah. So that's shy of Jason Mewes, the fastest yes I've ever gotten in my life was Alan Rickman. He got the script in England and within 2 hours called us up to be like, all right, I'm in. And was helpful as hell. He was the one that brought, originally before we had Alanis Morissette playing God, Alan was like, hey, my friend would love to play God. She's really funny. I was like, who's your friend? And he goes, Emma Thompson. And I was like, do you have any more famous friends? So for a while, it was a month where Emma Thompson was crazy. God.
She would have been great,
movie.
But it would have been different.
It would have been absolutely wonderful. But she wrote me a beautiful letter backing out, but very politely, because at that point she said, I've been waiting for years. I'm going to, rather than come to Pittsburgh and make a movie with y'all, I'm going to stay in England and try to have a baby. So she's like, have fun with Alan and you'll have a great time. So I was doing an interview and somebody was like, Emma Thompson's playing God in your movie? I said she was, but she decided to stay in England and try to have a baby. Then Emma Thompson reached out again and was like, please shut the hell up. Tell people that what my business, because she had opened her door and it looked like, was that Julia Roberts movie where she's like, I'm a girl looking for a boy.
Oh, Notting Hill.
Yeah.
She's like a sea of paparazzi going, are you having a baby? And understandably, she was a little bit upset, but Alan was like, she'll get over it. He was absolutely wonderful, man. So the idea of pretending to be, I ain't acting. I'm just going to do the Alan Rickman version.
Okay.
That's enough.
That's what I was going to ask. If,
right?
If you were going to do that, shoot the glass, if you were going to go with that delivery or not, or...
I would like to think, I'm totally going with that Euro trash delivery, but I would like to think that in a perfect world, in a much better world than the one we live in, different timeline where Alan is still alive, that somewhere in England, somebody is forcing him to play Silent Bob in their nonprofit theater production.
In the multiverse.
Claw.
Yeah. In the multiverse.
No ticket.
In the streams of time. Absolutely. The streams of time.
That would be great.
Who would
Alan
be his
Rickman
Jay?
being like, do you know there's a million fine-looking women in the world who don't all bring you lasagna at lunch? Most of them just cheat on you.
Mariska was asking.
Who would be our Jay?
Who would be his Jay?
Yeah.
Over there, let's see. Look, I could cast anybody.
Yeah.
Johnny Rotten.
Johnny Rotten.
Wow.
John
Johnny
Lydon.
Oh, my God.
We're over there?
Oh, perfect, actually.
We're
Yeah.
building the all-British Clark.
Dude, that's actually very cool.
I actually met him years ago here at this house. So this is where I live, right? I'm in the Hollywood Hills. And years ago, this used to be Affleck's house. Now, it didn't look like this back then, I assure you. He's not a big Bullwinkle fan like I am. But when we took over the house, we had a party here one year for the kid was going to the Hollywood Schoolhouse, Little Red Schoolhouse. I guess the one years later, everyone's like, that's where Meghan Markle went. She wasn't there when my kid was there, so I didn't know that. So at the Hollywood Schoolhouse, man, we did a poetry event for National Poetry Month, which I believe was February or April. I can't remember. And so in our living room, we could hold about like 100 people. So we made it like a high-end ticket and stuff. I hosted and I got up and I was like, I just want to thank everybody for coming here tonight to support the most noble of causes, private school children. Then we had a bunch of people come up and read poetry. So Stan Lee came up, read The Raven. Carrie Fisher got up, and before she was going to read something, but she saw me doing like the intros and being funny. And she's like, you're up there cracking jokes and being dirty. I was like, and she goes, I didn't know. I thought I had to do a real poem. I was like, you do whatever you want, man. So Carrie gets up there and she like goes honest. And she goes, look, I thought I was going to have to do a poem. And you know, Kevin's up here cursing and stuff. So I'm not going to read the poem I was going to read. But in moments like this, I try to grab something from my memory. And she said, and like Sherlock Holmes once said, sometimes he gets rid of things that he doesn't need anymore to make room for the new. And she said, and that's true of everybody I find, but there are some things that, you know, are in me and will stay with me for the rest of my life. And I'll never be able to get rid of them. And then she's all quiet for a second and she goes, General Kenobi, years ago, you fought beside my father in the Clone Wars. And the whole audience went nuts. She did.
Oh, wow.
Years later after that, I saw Wishful Drinking and she made it a part of the show. It's like almost the close of the show.
Oh, that's great.
It was so wild. Like I saw it in the living room first and I saw her like just go like, I got them all. You know, she was a wonderful public speaker and stuff. So that same event, Johnny Rotten was there.
Wow.
He was one of the people who helped organize, knew him and brought him in. So there's a moment that I'll never forget where we're upstairs on the deck and I'm sitting at like a picnic table, you know, outdoor table and stuff. They've got an umbrella in it. On one side of me is Johnny Rotten. On the other side is Stan Lee. And neither know who the other is. And so Stan Lee is like poking fun at Johnny Rotten with his accent. And, you know, Johnny Rotten like didn't like it. And he goes, do you know who I am, Dad? And Stan goes, not at all. And he goes, I'm rotten. And Stan goes, you sure are. It was adorable. So I got to meet that guy, man. So years later, in some alternate world where he's playing Jay to Alan Rickman's Silent Bob. What a waste of Alan Rickman. Even at least Randall, for heaven's sake.
Well, that's the ultimate joke. Yeah.
I know.
Kevin, you mentioned you live in Affleck's old house, and he was in town recently, and we were commenting on it because it made the news. It was on the news. He just stopped by a restaurant to get a bite to eat. I mean, this is a major metropolitan area. This is Philadelphia, and I know what it's like in New York and Hollywood, in Los Angeles. That a celebrity goes to a restaurant, it means nothing, but here. It makes the news, on the news. And, that got me thinking about the mega famous. And, you're super famous, and then you have the mega famous. And how?
You're calling me super famous?
You are
I'm
super
barely
famous.
No. Yeah, no, I'm charitably famous. So people are like, ladies and gentlemen, here he is. You love him, you know him, Kevin James.
But I mean,
but Ben is beyond famous. And when we were shooting Jersey Girl, which was Philadelphia based back in the day, we were all there, right in the heart of Philly, and led to like me seeing not on Pennsylvania shores, but right across the bridge over in Berlin at the diner in Berlin, New Jersey. So, I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. So we were inside the diner shooting Liv Tyler and Ben's scene. And Ben was like, I'm going to go grab a cigarette. He just went outside and wandered as he smoked and whatnot. Crowd coalesced around him. People were across the street, I guess, watching us and stuff. But I took my eyes off of him for like 5 minutes because we were getting ready for the next shot. And then when they were like, we're ready, and I went to look for him, I looked out the diner window. It's a sea of humanity. You could see the top of his head because he's tall. Yeah. But he was surrounded by, no BS, like 200 people. Man.
Wow.
That's the most intense I've ever seen celebrity be. I can, if I go, there's some place, if I walk into a comic book store, you better believe I might be recognized. If I go to the mall or if I'm leaning on a wall outside a convenience store, good chance somebody might be like, but that you're talking about an individual where the moment he leaves his house, the recognition factor, probably 99.5%.
Yeah.
So I get it. I know Philly is a town that respects an individual's privacy and whatnot. And they've got enough famous people and they're chill, but people go silly when they see crazy famous people, dude. It happened to me. I've worked with famous people, and yet I'll never forget, man, and maybe he won't either. I was talking to John Hamm once, and I was a big Mad Men fan.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't let him go. Where I started quoting lines and doing scenes in front of him, and he was very patient and cool. And then finally, he looked at me very firmly and shook my hand. He was like, "Goodbye, Kevin." That was it. And I got the distinct impression he was like, "This is over. No more."
Let me tell you, I think anyone, especially with you, and I think what fuels you and what fuels our adoration of what you do is that you're a legitimate fan. You love the stuff. Some of my favorite videos are you teary-eyed reacting to and the Marvel films, or anything you saw that really emotionally moved you. And you gotta figure that somebody like John, everyone, I take comfort in knowing that anyone on that level has their own person that they would be pulling a Kevin Smith, I gotta let go of his hand moment, because that's what we love about all this. People rise. There are maybe shouldn't be in many cases, but become heroes and idols and all of that.
I know you're probably, I know you guys are like me in this respect for sure. Because of the job, we get to meet people whose work we admire. Like we're breathing rare air. A lot of people watch people their whole lives. They'll never cross paths with them. Mm-hmm. And because of your job, because of my job, we get to cross paths with people whose work in the make pretend arts, or sports or whatever.
Yeah.
We get to cross paths with, and we get a moment of release, man. I mean, sometimes we go too far with the release, as with John Hamm and stuff, but we have this moment of release where you can say man, thank you. That means the world. I just went to Alaska the last weekend to do some shows in Anchorage and a show in Fairbanks. And, you want to talk about appreciation. You know how when you adopt a shelter dog and they're looking at you like right. You saved my life.
Right.
I was on the kill list. And I'm not going to say they were quite like that, but the Alaskans were so delighted that I made the trip. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you came all the way up from the lower 48. Not a lot of people do that. So a lot of them were doing the like, poking, are you real thing? And I'm like, oh yeah, real as rain, coach. So I absolutely get it. But I also understand I have been in the position where even though I know these people are, people who just happen to be real good at lying professionally, it still moves me to be able to tell them what they did for me, because people do that to me all the time, where they'll tell me some long, wonderful story about some dopey movie I made years before. Is the backbone of their day to day, the thing that like saves them from trauma or gives them a relief where they sit down and just escape to the mall for a while. Yeah, it's beautiful. That's not, when I started the journey, I was never like, I'm doing it for others. It was very masturbatory. It was very self-serving. I want to make a movie. I want to see if I could do it. But when you've been doing it for 32 years, you start finding other motivations. And one of the big ones is knowing that, like, even if I make something, next movie we're going to make, we start in May, is another Jay and Silent Bob movie, Jay and Silent Bob Store Wars. It's absolutely hysterical.
Is this the cannabis?
Yes.
Now the pot's legal in Jersey.
The weed versus weed. It's
that's
spot
great.
versus spot.
Wow.
So does the world need it? No. And I'm shocked that we're even finding the money to make it. But I do know this based on my entire career, man, because it doesn't matter what movie it is I've made. That movie is going to be somebody's favorite movie. They're buoy in a stormy sea of life, man. So, and I don't say that with any sort of arrogance, and I don't say that like going, he's self-deluded. I've just been doing this job long enough where I'm like, I've met people for whom Mallrats is it. Like, where they're like, oh my God, Mallrats is the movie that saved me.
We were
Let me tell you this beautiful story. Yeah.
We were just talking about it and those moments, and we drilled down a bit. I know we have these conversations to the very visceral level, but that is the truth. We were talking about explaining mall culture, and Preston had a story about how it's is it millennials or who's responsible for a resurgence in how important was the mall to you, Kevin? Obviously with Mallrats, growing it was everything.
Here's a perfect example of how like in it I am. I think I just lost you in one ear. Let me grab the other ear. Yeah. There you go. You guys there?
Yep.
Here's how an example of how indoctrinated I have been by a lifetime of going to the mall. While I was in Anchorage and Fairbanks, first thing I did when I went to both cities was go to the local mall and walk around. It tells you a lot about a place and a culture, like where the mall is at that stage of its life. And I was in one on Anchorage on their main drag, which they had the Apple store, they had the Lululemon. So they're still happening. Yeah. And then I was at another mall where, the best of times had gone by. There's still a JCPenney's there, but holding on by its last legs. And I found myself wandering around the mall thinking about Dawn of the Dead. Remember the Romero movie?
Yeah.
The Romero version where like everybody, like, all the zombies just wind up back at the mall because it's just built into them. I felt like that as I stumbled around, but it was so important to us. It was everything. We had no social media. That is how we socialized. And that's where we crossed paths and compared lives, not online where you can amp it up and create a fake reality and stuff. It was serious interaction. It was the place where you went, even if you were a jock or, a nerd. It was a crossroads of the world. So
true.
I saw a thing online where, it's not my original idea. It was a meme, but somebody came to me and said, look, you're always trying to market Jay and Silent Bob and all your movies. Try this. Buy a mall, create a Gen X senior citizen rest home in it, branded Mallrats.
Yes.
Everyone eats at the food court. There's a movie theater. Everyone has an apartment and whatnot, and stores galore. And
God, yeah.
If I was a rich man, honestly, there are moments in my career where I'm very happy with what I've done, very satisfied, self-satisfied. But there are moments where I'm like, I wish I'd been more successful. Like, I wish I paid more attention to money throughout my entire career. I wish money had been the goal. That way I'd have enough money to be like, you know what? I could buy a mall and make the Mallrats TM brand senior citizen rest home and make that work. What a fun experience. Like at Smodcastle at my movie theater, we always try to do event programming, right? Like, so at the end of last year, the beginning of this year, we did screenings for Mallrats' 30th anniversary and for Jay and Silent Bob's 25th anniversary, called start-stop screenings, right? So the idea is you watch the first scene, and then because I own the movie theater, we pause the movie, and then we get up and we tell every story about that first scene. Then we sit down, we start the movie, watch the next scene, pause it, get up and tell stories about every story we can remember about just the second scene. We take a 90-minute comedy romp and turn it into a grueling 5-hour endurance trial, man.
Grueling.
So I think if I can do that kind of programming at Smod Castle Cinemas, I think I could program a cruise-like experience for the Kevin Smith Mallrats,
of course,
Rest Home Mall.
Yes. Yeah.
I love that idea.
Absolutely.
If I was a more courageous soul, kids, or entrepreneurial, I would crowdfund this with y'all.
Kevin, I wanted to go back on something you mentioned about what you do for a living in creating films and how important that is to some people. No matter what, you're going to make something and somebody's going to like it and it's going to be special to them. I had a special moment last night with my youngest kid. We had time, just the two of us hanging out together. I'm like, you want to watch a movie? Yeah, sure. So they had never seen V for Vendetta, and it's one of my favorite
The old
movies.
one, like the first run from the 80s?
No. The Hugo
I'm
Weaving.
sorry. I was thinking of, you're talking about the movie, the one that was based on the
Alan Moore comic. On the graphic novel.
The Wachowski's produced.
Yes. So I love the movie, and I'm like, you want to watch that? Never seen it before? Great. And so we sit down, we're watching the movie, and I'm trying to, get a vibe on whether or not they're liking it or not. And we're getting towards the end of the movie. I'm like, so what do you think? They're like, this movie is amazing. And so I'm like, yay, good, awesome. And so the movie gets done, and I'm like, you really liked it? Yeah, I liked it. And I had this moment, I go, you know what? It means so much to me to share something like this with you. Can I have a hug, please? And we did. And I got this great embrace, and it was so wonderful. And I kind of felt almost ownership. This is me thinking way outside of my
I know
head.
what you're saying.
Like almost an ownership
I think everybody knows what you're
of
saying.
that
Go ahead,
film
finish.
because I shared it with them. I turned them on to it, and I'm like, I kind of feel like I was part of that. You know what I mean?
That is 100% real, and I swear by God, that is one of the only reasons we're talking, because Clerks was that movie for a lot of people who were like, they passed it along.
Word of mouth was
their
huge
secret.
for Clerks.
And before there was an internet, and before there were tastemakers and influencers, something as simple as like when I was in high school, I started passing around my copy of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And I got residual cool from it because I didn't make it. I had nothing to do with it. I'm not even British. But people would be like, that's Kev's movie.
Yeah.
And, years later, Kev would have his own movies. But back then, that was my currency. So that is a real thing. That is a real phenomenon where you felt a sense of ownership, man, and especially in passing it along to somebody else as well.
You caught heat off of
that was the only way he communicated to me best, I feel, was showing me movies he loved. And I did that with my kid when she was growing up. That's that part of the human experience.
That was my father. That's the Universal horror movies and all that stuff. And I remember this is such a fun area to play in because it's so nostalgic. I'll remember this till the day I die, Kevin. 5th grade, for some reason, something was wrong with the elementary school. They ushered us all into the gym. They had seats set up. They wheel out a projector, and they start showing the first few minutes of Forbidden Planet. And I'm like, I know this movie. And suddenly I was the kid nobody knew. Now what is going to happen? What is happening? And it was like a moment of tacit celebrity for me. And that set in motion that love of promoting movies that you love and wanting people to have that same experience. But it's funny. I mean, decades later, that is still a profound memory. And that's vis-a-vis a classic film or a film that I enjoyed.
There's an entire generation of us, there's a reason Disney will make money, print money off of the Star Wars franchise from, now until long after we're gone and long after the generations after us follow. And that has everything to do with, it was core memory for so many of us, not just in America, but across the world. And in many ways, it gave us a language to talk to one another at a time in our lives where we were just figuring out socialization. So you're in school and you don't know any of these people, and your parents just dropped you off, and you're expected to like stay here for 6 hours amongst strangers. Well, if you have a shared common interest, it makes it feel more safe. And at that young age, when I was entering school, Star Wars was the dominant language. It was something kids could share. You could get tribal about it. You could coalesce around people that also knew the movie. And then there were people that didn't, and they would slowly join your group and whatnot. So I understand why they'll make money forever. Yes, it is a classic story of good versus evil. But they, like the Catholic Church, they got so many of us when we were young and impressionable. And I don't mean that in the horrible way. Yeah. I mean in the indoctrination way.
Right.
Way. But they're in here and they're in here. And because of that, they'll be able to print money forever.
Can I ask you a question? So what movie do you feel the most fulfilled with this dynamic that we're talking about, when someone comes up to you and gives you, that was a life changer, or that's something I hold near and dear? What movie do you love to hear that the most about?
For my stuff?
Yes.
For what I've done? I mean, I love when it's unexpected, like, when somebody will rock me with like a Mallrats changed my life, and I'm like, that's the one.
Or Tusk.
I'm a Tusk defender. Tusk is a solid film.
I love when people tell me that they like Tusk. I mean, that seems to be, and I'm not saying it's just this, but predominantly Tusk fans tend to be on the younger side.
Okay, well, I'm busting that myth.
That makes me feel a little more vital. Like, I went to a weed store out here. It was adorable. I walked in, and the guy who was my age was like, "Oh my God!" He's like, "This is nuts! You're here!" He's like, "I can't believe I'm gonna deal Silent Bob weed." He was very excited. Then a girl came out from the back room, and she was like in her 20s or whatever, mid-20s maybe. And he goes, "Do you know who this is?" And she's like, "No." And he's like, "This is Silent Bob, man." And she's like, "I don't know who that is." And he looks at me and he goes, "Wait, watch this." And he turns to the girl and he goes, "This guy made Tusk." And she lit up like Christmas. She's like, "Oh, Tusk!" And that was the movie she knew me
That's
from. She
funny.
knew like 20, 30 years of Jay and Silent Bob, but Tusk she knew. So I love it when they bring up anything, but I'm trying to think, what's the one that probably
would it be Dogma?
The most? No, because that's the one people do like.
Yeah.
And oddly, I've watched, like, used to be Chasing Amy was the pinnacle.
Right.
And then Chasing Amy is aged not as well, poorly with some folks and whatnot. So it's not the umbrella film. I used to use that to protect me from the rain. If anything bad happened, I'd be like, at least I made Chasing Amy. Slowly, Dogma took that position, and Dogma became the high point movie where it's the one that most people have seen that I've made. Whether you like Clerks or Jay and Silent Bob, it's a movie you could still enjoy. So I think because it was in the culture in a moment and talked about, I think a lot more people wound up seeing it. Also, a lot of people are Catholic.
Right.
So you get a lot of that and whatnot. So I guess that's the one I hear about the most. But the one probably that blows my hair back is it's a very thin line, but Red State.
I was going to say Red State got under my skin, man.
At Sundance, it's anyone who, like, it's usually from filmmakers who talk about when I went to Sundance and said, I'm going to take this movie out by myself and tour it and stuff. Like, I took a lot of heat online and whatnot, but years later, filmmakers were like, that was the moment for me. I was there with my movie the year that you did that, and that gave me hope because I didn't find any buyer for my movie, so I self-distributed as well. So that one I felt really seen. That's breathing rarefied air in terms
I can
of
see that, though. That makes sense.
Filmmaker seeing me and seeing what we did. Like, I just saw, like, I was on Theo Von's podcast like a year ago or more, and he was talking about making this movie, him and like David Spade. And I was like, oh my God, why don't you guys just shoot it for pocket change? I was like, based on your two networks, like the amount of followers that you have and his as well. Like, you don't even need market. And so I just saw recently, like, you have conversations you totally forget about. I'm not saying I take responsibility, but he did it.
I saw the trailer.
And Spade did it. Yeah. And they're like, they're going to make so much loot, man. Like, and I guarantee you, that's going to open up a lot of doors and eyes in the world of comedy where comedians for years have been doing their thing and doing it well, and then waiting for Hollywood to come calling or for a TV show to deliver a big check. And I think an example like this is going to teach them, like, we're now in the era of niche marketing where everybody has their own audience, for heaven's sakes. When you see brands are building their own networks and creating their own content because they know they've got all their eyes going to this website. So like, why are we hiring somebody to make a commercial when we could create our own content, stick our products in it, so forth and so on. So in that world, man, I feel it. Oh my God, I lost the thread. Who were we just talking about?
Theavon, back from
in that world, a lot of thank you, kids. A lot hit a pothole. Yeah, in that world, I think a lot of comedians are going to realize their power.
Yeah,
and go like, well, why am I like waiting for Netflix to shell out for my special when I can like write a script that I know is funny and I know my audience will support and take it out there in the world and not wait for somebody to come knocking with a big check.
Yeah,
and that to me, the more I see that happen, like the more I'll feel validated for like what I did years ago by being like, I don't need help. I'm not going to try to do this by myself. People are starting to understand, or now it's more than clear since the industry is collapsing, that no help is coming. So you got to do it yourself, kids. And it's nice to see those two kids like doing it for themselves.
No, it's great.
Understanding like they're not waiting for the system to come calling. You know, it's like the Coen brothers, man.
Yeah.
Coen brothers started in the business and they were here and the business was way over here. And everyone would look over and be like, isn't that interesting? But they never gravitated to become what the business was. People would be like, oh, you know, they're fun now, but they'll change. They didn't. What happened is it went vice versa. The business gravitated.
Or Linklater.
Them instead. Linklater, same thing, man. You stick your lane, kids. I'm not saying never grow, but your voice is your currency. Those people understood, those artists understood change would make them irrelevant. Being who they are is what made people want to watch them in the first place. And by staying that, rather than them ever having to change who they were as artists or creators, the business shaped itself more to what they do. We live in a post-Coen brothers era of movies, man, with not just cinematic brilliance, but also like a sly, sardonic, cinematic approach to storytelling that their flavor has kind of soussained into everyone else's work from then till now, I think.
True,
agreed.
Kev, we got to wrap, man, but just reminding people about the events coming up. You've got, well, before the Die Hard on stage, you're going to be doing a signing, you had said.
This weekend, yes.
Yep,
Saturday.
Saturday.
I'll be at Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash from like 11 till 5, signing comic books. And a Bizarro Year None #1 coming out.
It's a quick trip up the turnpike. You'll be there in no time.
And then Die Hard live on stage at the Smod Castle that night. And then
come for one in the morning, stay for the other night.
And then on the 18th is Jay and Silent Bob in his house, and that's also at the Smod Castle.
That's going to be a Smod Castle. That's me and Jay kicking off our brand new podcast. For years, we did Jay and Silent Bob Get Old, which was about him getting sober. I'm not saying he's cured, but he's been sober for damn near 20 years at this point. So we had to find a different lane. And so we were like, oh, let's take the line from Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Jay and Silent Bob are in his house. And so that's going to be our podcast where we just sit down, talk to each other. So we're recording the first episode at Smod Castle on April 18th.
All right. And smodcastleCinemas.com for all the info. Yo, brother, it is always
He's the best
to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Such a pleasure, kids. Anytime you're bored, you feel like talking to somebody, we can just shoot the ship.
That's done. I like how you put that. I love it. Done and done.
You.
Kevin Smith, take care, Bob. We love you. We'll talk to you soon.
Morning, everybody. Have a great day.
All right. He's the best, man. He's the absolute best. All right. We're going to take a break. Be back in a moment. Buddy. Got some B-File on the way. Stay there.
I guess a couple of times and then finally said something to me. So this is just one example. Here at the station, when you walk into the building, there's the door that you can hit for, it's like a handicap and it'll for somebody walking through and it'll open the door for them.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Mm-hmm. So that's the only door you can get in the morning when we scan our key card because the doors are locked.
It's the only one that unlocks.
That unlocks, right? Once we get into the vestibule, all of the doors are open. There's several
there's like
doors.
6 doors you can go through. Yeah.
I won't go through the other handicap door. I won't open that handicap door because it's automatic.
It's
and
the door
I'm
straight
using,
through, yeah.
So I'm using that door opener. It doesn't need to be. So I'll just go over to the one that I pull with my own hand and open.
Because you're afraid if you open it too often, it's eventually going to cause this to malfunction.
Correct.
Okay.
I do it with my garage door opener at home.
You don't use your automatic garage
So
door
I will
opener?
go out my front door if more often than not, because if I use the garage door opener so much, eventually it's going to break, right, guys?
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, wait, hold on. I had to have it replaced because it did break after 13 years.
13 years.
It's going to happen anyway.
13.
Yeah.
13 years.
Yeah.
I got 13 years out of it, but maybe did I get 13 years out of it because I used the front door?
Is this why you're asking about a garage door?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, the garbage disposal, though, that I will use. Like, I'm not worried about that one.
Okay.
I know. So my on my wife's side of the family, one of the people, one of the not in-laws, forget who it is.
Her side of the
Anyway,
family.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you classify this person, but dishwasher doesn't use it. Dishwasher sitting right there in the kitchen does not use it
because of fear of it breaking.
That a perception of overuse of water, a perception of other things, and fear of breaking. All of that sort of no, I don't want to screw with that.
I had a friend who I worked with, dishwasher, but for a different reason, not for fear of breaking. She would not use a dishwasher because she hated unloading the dishwasher.
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
So therefore would hand wash everything, which you still have to put all that stuff away when you're done hand washing it. But there was something about putting it in, running it, and then opening it up and taking it back out that she did not want to do.
She didn't like picking up the work on the other side.
Right.
So in other words, when you're washing it right then and there, you're putting it away. So it seems like it's all in one.
Yeah, like smaller amounts.
Right, yeah. But it's the same
Still
thing.
doing the same thing.
Yeah.
In the almost 20 years that I've been a dishwasher owner, I don't think I've actually turned a dishwasher on maybe more than 5 or 6 times.
Oh my God. I'll run it like twice a day.
It's
without
weird.
even dishes in it.
It's weird though, because I just don't feel like the dishwasher gets the dishes clean enough. And it doesn't, and I think it's just because the way my kids load it, it just gets overloaded, or they won't rinse things out. They'll like listen, the commercials lie. You can't put a full-on spaghetti dinner into the dishwasher, and the dishwasher's going to clean it up. It just doesn't work that way. So, as far as I'm concerned, the dishwashers, I can do a better job and in less time.
So here's the deal. If you're basically halfway there, cleaning off the dishes,
May as well go ahead and finish it.
Just finish it.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, here's a text that says, my friend's mom got a brand new $10,000 lawnmower.
No.
What? It better be a riding lawnmower.
I'll buy it from you.
For Christmas and refuses to use it. Uses the old one still because the new one looks too pretty and doesn't want to mess it up.
Listen, I get that.
I'll do that. I'll use the older item until so here's one, a hair dryer, right? I bought a new hair dryer and they're fairly expensive, but I still have I still have a little bit of use out of my old hair dryer. So I'm trying to get until that completely dies, and then I'll start with the
Get
new
rid
one.
of it.
Yeah. But I understand that reasoning, because when you see like a nice brand new work truck.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like from guys that actually use it. It's not like a glamour truck like some of these guys.
This is my glamour truck.
Well,
yeah, I know
listen,
what you're saying,
you have these trucks that just look nice and they never put anything in the bed or whatever. But then you have these other guys that actually, really work for a living and they put everything.
It's so funny. It's because I have at home case, I have this Amazon. It's a collection of tools and everything's in this place and it's all very clean. And all the contractors that I know, all their equipment is all effed up and banged up because they're using it.
Well, yeah, my friend Bill, he just got this beautiful brand new truck. He showed it to me last year. He's like, oh, look at this. You open the door, the little, the stool comes out, little things you step on.
Step stool, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, this is gorgeous. But how long until it's just all dented and scratched?
Yeah. Here's a text that says, my father refused to use the AC in the car when I was a kid and still to this day because he doesn't want to fix it if something goes wrong with it. No matter how hot and humid it is outside. But But you're not using it. It may as well not work now if you're never going.
I'm at work. Stop calling me.
Sorry to bother you, Joanna. What's up?
So my mother, they've been going on 15 years maybe, refuses to use our fireplace in the house. Refuses.
Is it a gas-operated fireplace?
It is not. It's regular, but
Okay.
she's afraid that it's not going to work. That
It's not
somehow,
gonna-
even
fireworks.
though they've had it cleaned, like, they've had it cleaned when they bought the house. They've had it cleaned since. There's nothing wrong. It's a regular fireplace. Refuses. She's afraid that a catastrophe is going to happen.
Wow.
It's going to break. I'm
Joanna.
like, a fireplace. How do you
Right.
break a fireplace?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But let me ask you: Does she? If you get her, away from the fireplace and she can talk freely, will she admit to liking a fireplace?
Oh yeah, she loves it. Sometimes
It doesn't make any sense.
We never used a
Nope.
fireplace in our old home.
Yeah. Thanks, Joanna.
it's peaceful. Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
Well, we lived there for 10 years and it was the first fireplace that I ever owned in my entire life.
Did you not use it because you thought it was going to break?
I didn't use it because my wife said we can't use it.
Did you ever ask her why?
What's that in your mouth? Spit it out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out.
Fine.
What did I tell you about baby birds?
Stop it.
I think she was worried about burning the house down. And
A lot of people are.
Yeah.
A lot of people are of fireplaces and just in general.
It's what it's made for.
Yeah.
It's made to put a fire
House
in
can
there.
set on fire for a multitude of other reasons.
Well, we own fireplaces now that we've put fires in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So they're just outside.
Let me. I know.
You brought those fires home and then you put them in the fire. Yeah.
Hi, Terry. You're on the air. Good
Fire to
morning.
go, please.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, Terry?
well, so my husband inherited a really nice and big snowblower from his dad about 7 years ago and refuses to use it. He always has an excuse. There's not enough snow, or the snow might be too heavy, or I can't get it out of the garage. And I just don't understand why he won't use the damn snowblower.
And he'll just go out and shovel it instead.
Yeah. He'll just go out and shovel it, and I don't understand.
Terry, give him the data on how many people have heart attacks shoveling, and try to convince him that way. Because right,
I'm trying.
yeah. But I know people who will do that with the snow blowers as well. Not enough snow to snow blow.
Yeah. But it's what it's made for. All right. Thank you, Terry. Here's one that says, my grandmother would turn off her blinker stuck at traffic lights to save the bulb.
The blinker bulb.
You're supposed to leave that light on.
Oh my God, that's great.
And same with windshield wipers.
I love it.
Said it was more of a cheap thing.
Oh, my God.
So you didn't want the wipers to wear out.
Wear out.
Yeah.
That's funny. God. Here's one of the things I noticed way too late in life was that if you have with products, let's say like a vacuum cleaner, or
Sure,
something along those lines, and after you go through a couple of them and they fall apart, if you realize that you do the recommended regular maintenance, cleaning things, taking it apart, some of those things will last freaking ever, man. You just have to do these cleaning steps every now and then, and it'll last.
That's another thing. You bring up the vacuum cleaner that I do with its charging, the handheld vacs, computers, phones, all of that. Like, I don't like to leave it plugged in and charging constantly.
You can
like
actually, in some cases, you can damage the battery.
Well, I don't know if that's still true or not.
But for the most part, no, you should be fine.
So I use the vacuum until it dies, and then I plug it in, and then when I check it throughout the day. If the charge is done, I unplug it.
I wonder how the battery is.
Yeah, seriously, because I don't want to ruin the battery.
Dennis, check the battery on the shark.
We have these. I'm sorry, Nick. No, we have these power tools, that use batteries, and the batteries can be used for various tools. A drill for this one, it's stuff
lithium
like that.
batteries.
Yeah, so you move them from one product to another. So I mounted these chargers on the wall, stick them up there, leave them charged all the time. You never know when you're going to need to do a project, and you have it ready to go. Well, I don't know who was doing it, but every now and then someone would unplug the charger, and I would go and need to use the battery.
It was me. I was coming over and unplugging your.
You turn it on and go, and I'm like,
what?
I mounted this thing to the wall and plugged it in.
So I have a whole bank of. I use the iWorks, the gardening equipment, from the leaf blower to the lawnmower. They're all electric. And I go in, I have them, Preston, just like you, the bank all along. They're ready to go, boom, boom, boom. And I go in and I go, what is that? And I'm because there's a button you can check to see how charged the batteries are. And they're all powered down. I'm like, what? They're all connected into a power strip. Somebody
turned it
the
off.
power strip on.
Real quick, Steve, do you keep those in the garage or in the house?
In the garage. Now, I've heard that when it gets brutally cold.
Somebody told me this too. I brought all that stuff inside for that very reason.
And
hot or cold.
you're told to blow up if
I know. I keep
What
all
do
those,
you do?
Yeah, I keep them in the kitchen for whatever. Like there's one cabinet in the kitchen that's not used. So if my mom's come over, she's like, "Where do you keep the glasses?" Like that's actually where the batteries are.
The glasses are in the garage.
Yeah. But Preston, real quick, I know you're not a big kitchen gadget guy, but when I get a new knife, I hold on. I don't use
Stories in the bizarre file, and they are right here.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Let's get right to it, shall we? We'll start with this. A Royal Navy sailor has reportedly been found guilty of multiple sexual assault offenses after a court-martial was told that she repeatedly groped her fellow sailors on a warship, targeting both men and women during a 2-year period. Able Seaman, and her name is spelled S-I-A-N, so Cian. I don't think it's Sean. S-I-A-N. Cian Dowsett, 25 years old, was convicted of 6 out of 7 counts of sexual assault following a trial at Bulford Military Court.
Both men and women.
Yep. The offenses were committed over 2 years. And it was while she was serving aboard the Portsmouth-based warship HMS Dauntless, which is a Type 45 destroyer. Prosecutors told the court that Dowsett subjected 4 fellow sailors, 2 men and 2 women, to a course of sexual harassment, including groping male sailors on their crotches, stroking their arms, and making lewd remarks, including, "I like my coffee like I like my men, big and strong." Prosecutors told the court that Dowsett also groped female sailors, slapping their buttocks and squeezing their breasts, making lewd remarks, including, "Do you like that, baby girl?"
I'm going to call her on the "I like my coffee big." That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Big and strong.
Okay.
Graham Coombs, closing for the prosecution, told the court that Dowsett seemed to pick on the new female sailors and male sailors that she thought would not report her offenses. They said that she dismissed Dowsett's claim that she had been framed by witnesses, saying 10 witnesses gave evidence against her. The male sailor told the investigator that Dowsett had slapped him on the buttocks in the ship's galley just weeks into deployment, leaving the sailor stunned. The sailor said that he had decided not to report the incident because he did not want to cause tension on the long voyage, but also because he doubted the chain of command would take the complaint seriously. The sailor said incidents continued, prompting him to tell Dowsett that he would report her if they did. In another incident, the court heard that Dowsett had touched the breast of a petty officer, caressing her nipple while the woman was changing. The petty officer said the incident was unwanted and made her uncomfortable, but that she was not friends with Dowsett. Further testimony was heard about the incidents, including the one where Dowsett repeatedly pinched the nipple of a male sailor during the lesson, followed by her later grabbing the sailor's genitals after the deployment. The newly assigned female sailor also testified that Dowsett had slapped her buttocks several times, hard enough to sting, while commenting on her body.
Well, she pinches more nipples before 9 a.m. than most people do all day.
The court-martial was told that it was a pattern of behavior against several different victims, and Dowsett will be sentenced at a later date in the year. This is a pretty interesting story. I didn't know where to put this, so I put it in the bizarre file. So the chief executive of Air Canada apologized last week for his inability to express himself in French after politicians called for his resignation for his English-only message of condolence after the deadly crash that took place in New York.
Right.
So Air Canada CEO Michael Rousseau has been criticized for the 4-minute condolence video posted online that included only 2 French words, bonjour and merci. Rousseau said in the statement, "I am deeply saddened that my inability to speak French has diverted attention from the profound grief of the families and great resilience of Air Canada's employees who have demonstrated outstanding professionalism despite the events of the past few days."
Would they have been satisfied with a French accent?
Oh, if he would have just...
I'm so sorry about this day.
We cannot believe how terrible this message is.
It is an accident that we will get to the bottom of. I assure you.
That works for me.
That would have fixed the whole thing.
That works for me. At least there's some sort of effort.
Wow. Quebec...
this was a tragedy.
Quebec's prime minister called on the airline executive to resign. Canadian prime minister.
Resign? Why should they resign?
Mark Carney said
You can
that
stop it now.
showed a lack of compassion and judgment and said they look forward to hearing more from Air Canada's board of directors. So, one of the pilots was from Quebec and spoke spoke Spanish, spoke French. But they're headquartered in Montreal, Quebec, and the French is the primary language, and they take that very, very seriously.
They do.
But I thought it was pretty wild that politicians are calling for him to resign.
Usually that would fall under the category of teachable moment.
Yeah. But apparently this is not the first time he's been called out for not learning French.
Can't even say French fries.
I guess not. A woman, 25 years old, was apprehended in Chihuahua, Mexico for allegedly assaulting her partner with a belt during an altercation over sexual activity. Police received a call about domestic violence. The police arrived at the residence to find the victim, a 26-year-old male named Martin Octavio, who was injured. The suspect, Sarah Michelle, beat the victim with a belt, also insulting him. The altercation reportedly started because the victim refused to have sexual intercourse with her. The assault reportedly took place in the presence of the victim's daughter as well.
This is Chihuahua, Mexico?
Yep. Octavio called the emergency services who arrived on the scene. Sarah Michelle was reportedly very agitated when the police arrived. Octavio reportedly told police that he was injured on the arms and back, and Sarah also insulted him repeatedly, searching the victim's phone without the victim's permission. They apprehended her on the spot and handed her over to the appropriate authorities for legal action, but she beat him with a belt because he wouldn't have sex with her.
She's super horny.
All right, and then we'll do one more story. Florida man's having a bit of a moment right now. I told you a story the other day about a guy driving a Mustang onto an airport runway and trying to breaking into an aircraft. There was another story about a guy that had these rocket-shaped displays on the back of his truck bed and looked like they were missiles. Well, now there's a video making the rounds on TikTok that shows a Florida man taking a full-on hailstorm to the body in an effort to protect his car, and it quickly was going viral for a reason. It's chaotic. It's painful looking, and somehow it's also completely understandable if you've ever dealt with hail damage or an insurance claim. For most people, a sudden hailstorm means pulling over, hoping for the best. But for one guy, it meant climbing on the top of his car and taking the hit himself. Palm Bay resident Manny Rosado decided the best way to protect his car during a burst of heavy hail was to physically hold down a cover over a sunroof using his own body to protect it. The video shows him sprawled across the car. His legs are flailing as hail is pounding down on him while he tries to secure what appears to be a tarp or a small tent over the top of it.
So he's looking to protect his sunroof?
Yeah, because he didn't want it to break.
Yeah.
And while it plays like a comedy sketch, he later confirmed the obvious. Yeah, it hurt, he said. He explained, before y'all ask why I ain't let it happen, the hail can get bad and grow big, so I ain't trying to see my insurance hurt. That's a direct quote.
Man, and he's getting by on an English professor's salary.
So he added that just 2 years ago, people that he knew were dealing with serious hail damage in the $3,000 to $5,000 range. And at that point, it started to feel less like a stunt and more like a very aggressive form of risk management.
I remember I was driving down to the Keenan's, the evening before, and I was driving down. I took the route you guys take. I usually take the mains, and you guys kind of cut through, right?
Yep.
So I took that route, and there was a hailstorm, and for the first time ever, I remember getting outside the car after it passed to see what damage.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounded like the car was being sprayed by machine gun fire.
Yeah, it can get intense.
Yeah, in states, I know in Colorado, they'll have awnings at like car dealerships because it's not worth letting the cars get it pelted like that. Yeah, I almost said injured, like the cars are people.
I saw a movie where they all talked and there was a tornado.
Yeah. Ka-chow. All right, and that is all we have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, let's break. When we return, we test your knowledge of today's show. We got a lesson question. We'll get trash and music news
And
too.
I think it's because I want to keep it pristine.
You want to keep it super sharp?
Yeah, and really clean and just perfect. Do you ever do that with new kitchen items? Do
No.
you dive in right away.
Made to be used.
Okay.
Yes,
Well, wait a second.
in my mind.
This also goes to another conversation, which is how quickly do you... I do like things to look nice and pristine. So there are things like ice. After a while, we were talking yesterday about hiking shoes and stuff like that. I'm like, if they get too scuffed up,
Yes.
that'll be an extravagance.
There's a crossing point.
Sorry, it's not up to my standard. It doesn't look right.
Nick, I have 19 pairs of scissors because I use the old scissors to cut things like opening boxes or something that's thicker, and then the newer, sharper scissors are for the things that need like a nice, clean
finer cut.
Yeah.
It's like
And you need 19 of them?
Oh, you can find scissors all over my house in every room.
Hey, this is the crafts queen, right?
Steve, I have 3 pairs of these sneakers that I'm wearing right now, and they have I have used them in stages. In fact, I drew like a letter on the tongue of the shoe, so I didn't use them for what they weren't intended for. So the oldest version of those.
I do the sneaker phase. I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm
so
following you.
the oldest version were my cycling shoes, and then the newest version are I only wore them to jog, and then
are they identical?
Identical.
And that's why you have to mark them.
I had to mark them. So I had jogging, cycling, and then everyday shoes.
So I go left to right. So the pair of shoe that's the furthest left. It's like in people jumping out of an airplane, skydiving. They're at the door, and so those are the ones that are the prime ones for using. And then it goes, and then they start to circle around into the Goodwill pile.
Yeah, and now I have my lawn mowing shoes, and I'm actually really proud of myself, Kathy, because you have a lawn mowing shoe guy.
No, I just want to go to a call when you eventually stop talking. So,
hang on a second, Preston. I got something for you here.
Hold on.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Go ahead.
No, I'm proud of myself because my lawn mowing shoes I've been using for like 3 whole years now.
I'm going to go back to people not using things because they are afraid they will break.
Yeah.
And I will go to Barbara, who's been on hold for a while. Hey, Barbara, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Barbara?
My brothers and I just sold a house that we inherited from my father. They bought it in 1986, and they never used the dishwasher.
There you go.
We had the realtor come in, and I was telling her, I said, I think the dishwasher's broken. My brother's like, no, it works. They just never used it.
MMRBQ 2026.
Legends rise. Day by day, I will buy you a new life.
The all-day party you don't want to miss. Saturday, May 9th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Godsmack, Alice Cooper, The Hooters, Everclear. Plus, Des Rocks, Cammy Kehoe, Lilac, Local Shots Opener, The Circus Hearts. For a limited time, a 4-pack of lawn seats is just $144 all in, plus tax at Ticketmaster.com. From 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks.
Is it from 1986? Is it that old?
Oh, yes.
The
Yes,
washer?
it was the original dishwasher that was put in the house.
I bet you that. So it would probably still run. It's not going to, it's a functional dishwasher. But did they ever explain why they chose not to use it? Was it for this reason, for fear of breaking it?
Yes, they didn't want to, nothing technical. Like that was high tech back then in 1986 to them.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious.
Apparently it's a thing. All right. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it.
All right.
I'm going to go back to an older situation as well. This is Joe who's on the air. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Joe?
You guys remember back in like the 70s when you get in a car, the seatbelts were kind of tucked up and folded above the window?
Yes.
And little brackets?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd get in the car, and my dad, he was kind of a perfectionist, and he wouldn't let me take the seatbelt out of the little thing above the window because he thought it'll never go back neatly. So he never let us use the seatbelt.
He would rather have you not use the seatbelt to maintain the aesthetic.
Oh, yeah. I used to try to get it out. And he'd be like, don't touch that. You'll never get that. Get away from that. Stop playing with that. And I'm like, Dad, it's a seatbelt. He's like, you feel that dashboard? Push on it.
Now,
and,
would he make you ride on the hood of the car so that you wouldn't screw up the seats?
Oh.
That's
funny.
crazy. Yeah.
All right,
So
thanks.
to this day,
Yeah.
it's
All right.
still a joke.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. All right. How about this? Let's go to Stuart. Hey, Stuart, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Stuart?
I got one for you.
All right.
My mother-in-law, God rest her soul, she had an in-ground swimming pool in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
She never went in it. She paid for the pool guy to open it and maintain it. And I asked her, how come you never use it? She just told me that she liked looking at it and she wanted waterfront property.
Oh, my gosh.
But she never used the pool.
True story.
Never used the pool.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
if she's paying for the maintenance, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right, a little bit different than what we're talking about, but that's interesting. Yeah.
Well, and this is slightly different as well, but can you go to Steve on line 2, Preston?
Line 2.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Press.
Hey, what's up, bud?
My best friend to this day, his father back in the 70s, 80s, and part of the 90s, whenever he would get a new car, would pop the hubcaps off and put them in the trunk because he was afraid they were going to get stolen.
May as well give them to somebody.
Right.
You know?
Take the hubcaps off.
Oh, that's funny.
So he would immediately take a beautiful brand new car and make it look like a piece of crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. For fear of them being stolen.
Hey, these doors, someone
Thanks,
might
Steve.
take them.
Let's go to Jennifer. Hi there, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
What's up, Jennifer?
Okay, so I'm a lifelong camper, and with the internet, there are things like social media groups, etc. So I started following a bunch of camping groups on Facebook, and I discovered that there's a whole crew of campers that do not poop in their camper.
They don't poop in their camper.
They don't poop in the camper. Isn't that what it's for?
Yeah, exactly. It's made for that specifically. What is? Did they give their reasons why they don't want to do it?
I don't know. I think they're afraid of the black tank. I don't know if they don't want to dump their poop or what, but there's literally a hashtag no poop in the camper.
Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah, I mean, well, you guys know, like when you're at Camp Out for Hunger and you have the RV, and like it's not that you, if you have to, it's fine. That's what it's there for. But if like there is the alternative to go elsewhere, like for example, Ulta, when we used to be at Plymouth meeting, like you would prefer Ulta to the RV pooper. And so I understand that mentality. It's there for a reason. If you got to go, you got to go. But like if you can find an alternative, find the alternative.
I might see that. I don't see refusing to do it. Though,
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Listen, push comes to shove, no pun intended. We'll use that camper pooper. Yeah.
Here's some text. Says, my dad refused to buy trash bags because you were buying them to throw them away.
So what did you do with trash?
He would make special trips to the grocery store for small bags and Walmart for even larger bags for the larger trash cans. Even if he couldn't buy something to fill the bag, he would ask the cashier for a wad of those big bags.
Oh, my God.
So in essence, a lot of what you buy from the grocery, you're buying it knowing you're going to throw it away.
That's funny. He wouldn't buy them because you're purchasing something that you're just going to throw away.
Just going to throw it away.
That's funny. But it has a purpose.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
Why get a toilet? You're just going to flush that stuff.
All right, here we go. What is this, Nick? It
Well,
says,
I'm confused by the details at the end.
all right, shall I read the last part first?
But just
or-
what the grandparents do. My grandparents lived.
It says, my grandparents lived until they were in Tuesday morning, warm, high 83 degrees, 81 degrees today, 82 tomorrow, somewhere in that low 80s range.
Even with the breeze, though, if you have you said 30-mile-an-hour wind, that's still going to be...
Oh, it's going to be comfortable.
Still really
Very
nice.
comfortable. Thursday, we get this cool-off thing. We get some thunderstorms on Wednesday evening, and that's the cold front coming in, but it's just a one-day thing, so our high on Thursday is only 52 degrees. Friday and Saturday, mid to upper 70s, so right back into that, heading into the holiday weekend, which is cool.
I officially put in a really stern suggestion that we get a legitimate spring this year after what we had to go through with the winter.
It was a tough one.
Do you
man.
remember just how many weeks ago was it, Preston, that we were walking from the hotel over there through the snow to get here?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask for a good summer. We didn't have real summer until the beginning of July last
You're
year.
exactly right.
It
We got
rained.
boned out of a summer.
It rained every weekend in June.
I forgot about that, how much rain we got last year. All right, well, let's hold out. Come on now. See what happens.
See what you can do.
Real quick, we have a new big friggin' deal. I was just handled this, and here's what you get. You buy one ticket to the Museum of American Revolution, you get one free. Yeah. 2 tickets for just $25, and obviously we're celebrating 250th year as a nation. So
I've been wanting to go there.
Yeah, me too.
I've heard nothing but great things.
Immersive exhibits. George Washington's original war tent is there, and it experienced the stories that built a nation. Its history brought to life. Get the deal while supplies last. WMMR.com/deals. There's always a great deal. Pops up every week there. All right. Wow, listen to that little Fife moment there.
That's the Eric Clapton of the Fife.
All right, lesson question time, and we will give away 4-pack of tickets to Universal Theme Parks, the exhibition at Franklin Institute. And the question we'll go with this morning is, what band is tattooed on Steve's back? 610-660-9333. Do you know the answer to that? What band is tattooed on Steve's back? 610-660-9333. If you heard that, know the answer, you got to call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by 80 Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. You can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, the former girlfriend of Dayton Weber, the quadruple amputee arrested for murder last week, says he is an uncontrollable hothead. Tori Mattingly says Weber once flew into a rage after she asked him to stump blast her.
Oh, wow.
Dr. Henry Lee, the renowned forensic scientist whose testimony figured prominently in the O.J. Simpson trial, has passed away at the age of 87. And even though O.J. is dead, police are still treating him as a person of interest.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Megan Fox has reportedly blocked her ex, Machine Gun Kelly, on Instagram, saying she needs a real man in her life. Fox says she's become much more mature now that her face no longer moves. That's your Hollywood Trash.
Yes, we will go to the phones and see if you know what band is tattooed on Steve's back. And I have Jamie, who's going to try to answer that question. Hi, Jamie. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, Jamie, what band is tattooed on Steve's back, please?
That would be Ugly Kid Joe. You are
correct. Hang on, Jamie. Got yourself a 4-pack of tickets to Universal Theme Parks, the exhibition at the Franklin Institute. While you're there, you can explore how theme park attractions like Jurassic World, Minions, and Super Nintendo World come to life through hands-on exhibits, cutting-edge design, and storytelling innovations. You can get your tickets today at fi.edu.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
And it's brought to you by Rita's. You can stop by Rita's and try new Mystery Peeps Ice. You go to the Rita's website and guess the mystery flavor for your chance to win free Rita's for a year. So Muse are hitting the road, support their 10th studio album, and they are taking a bevy of acts along with them. The group has announced a headlining tour kicks off July 5th in St. Louis, runs through August 31st in L.A., and they'll be at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on July 29th. Pre-sale for the tour, just reminding you, is today at noon, and tickets will be available to the general public starting on Friday at 10 a.m. local time. The upcoming album, out on June 26th, will mark Muse's follow-up to 2022's Will of the People. The set, called The Wow Signal, includes previously released singles, Be With You and Unraveling. I know what the Wow Signal is.
What is it?
It is a phenomenon that happened. I used to, I had a list of strange and odd Wikipedia
I remember this.
articles.
Yes, you had a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, so there was one called the Wow Signal, and there was some kind of spike that happened. Man, I'd have to look it up. It's something out in the. They were observing the universe.
So was this audio coming from the universe?
It was some type of signal spike that was massive. Marissa, you found it here? Wow. It was a strong narrowband radio signal. It was detected on in August 15th, 1977 by Ohio State University's Big Ear Radio Telescope.
Huh.
And the signal appeared to come from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius and bore expected hallmarks of extraterrestrial origin.
People of Earth, here on planet Wilson. Wow. We think it's going to be a good time.
So anyhow, I'm sorry. I just saw that and I'm like, I know what that is.
I love that.
That's a cool name.
There's also another signal, which comes in intermittently with the Wow Signal, Preston. That
It's
is
the Wow Signal?
That is a planet of fly honeys.
Wow.
Sending that one.
Wow. The album will include previously released singles Be With You and Unraveling. A press release says of the album that while there's still a little to go on beyond the album's track list and lead single, but it said the commonalities therein speak to the forces powering Muse's new era. A mix of cosmic mystery, existential hope, and the exhilarating possibility of contact with something far greater than ourselves.
Muse is interesting for me, and it may not be interesting for you, but I'm going to say it anyway. That was a band that I was sure was going to be one of my favorite bands. and it just didn't hit the mark for me. I enjoy them. Do you ever have that situation where you think, this is going to be my new band?
It was like every time they released a new song or a new album, I was like, this just sounds like a Halloween album. You know, it's like the Monster Mash.
Please go see this band live. It is one of the greatest live performances out there. Even if you're teetering on, will I like this music, you will love it when you see them live. I guarantee it.
They did the Drones show, right?
They did the drone
Indoors.
show. I went and saw the Will and the People a few years ago, and they did it. It's mind melding how well they perform and what they put into the theatrics of it.
Musically, it's right in your sweet spot.
Yeah, I love it.
I think they're very talented. And there's a couple songs I do love, but I thought it'd be more like a consistent.
Right.
I'm fully in.
Yeah, they can range the weird spectrum, but it's really, really cool.
Okay. Billy Joe Armstrong brought his cover band, the Cover-Ups, to Cornerstone on Wednesday. It's a craft brewery in Berkeley, California, and they had a 30-song marathon that they played. Fans got just hours' notice when the group posted the announcement at 3 p.m. on Instagram. Fan capture video showed Armstrong and his bandmates tearing through covers. They played Ozzy's Crazy Train, David Bowie's Ziggy Stardust, and Bryan Adams' Summer of '69, Nirvana's Drain You, The Strokes' Last Night, The Go-Go's We Got the Beat, Misfits' Where Eagles Dare, and Cheap Trick's Surrender.
Did a lot of people show up?
Rounded out the eclectic mix. Yeah, it was packed. Armstrong started the Cover-Ups back in 2018. Green Day bassist Mike Dirnt joined him, along with touring guitarist Jason White, audio engineer Chris Dugan, and tour manager Bill Schneider. Dirnt hasn't played with the group since 2019. White, Dugan, and Schneider now make up the lineup with Armstrong.
It's a little depressing because I announced the other day that I was doing the Truffle Shuffle at the Sunoco on LinkedIn, and nobody showed up.
I would love to see that. I would love to see you do the Truffle Shuffle. The All Covers project has played at least one gig per year since forming. 2020 was the exception. But Armstrong told the audience at the end of the night, thanks for putting me in a good mood. Cover songs have been a mainstay of Green Day's concerts since their earliest days. Many tracks played on Wednesday have appeared in the band's live shows over the years, though the set favored material not performed as often. And then one last piece of music news. Good news for fans of Drowning Pool. Guitarist C.J. Pierce says the band is aiming to release a new full-length album before the end of the year. During a recent interview, Pierce said that there is already more than enough material for a complete record, but timing has been a challenge due to a heavy touring schedule. The band plans to celebrate the 25th anniversary of their debut album, Sinner, this summer by performing it in its entirety on tour, with the anniversary run expected to keep them busy through the fall.
Want a marketing masterstroke? If they have kids and the kids form a band, kiddie pool.
Kiddie pool. I like that.
There you go.
A new LP would be their first since reuniting with singer Ryan McCombs, who rejoined the band in 2023 after a 13-year absence. And that is what I have in music news for you. That means we have a final break to take. And when we get back, Matt Cord's got your letter of the day. We'll be back with it. Stay put. 90s, and they use their dishwasher all the time. They even had a little magnet that would say clean or unclean with a little piggy on it that they would rotate to say what condition the dishes were. We had that when I was a kid.
You did?
Yeah, clean or dirty.
And it was a little piggy?
Not a piggy,
but
all
right.
We had this thing, and it had it was a magnet. It had it said dishes are, and then it had a little chain to another piece underneath it that you could flip over that would say clean or dirty.
That's cool.
Like that.
And that way you wouldn't have to guess when you're standing at the
I
sink.
could have used that yesterday because I loaded dirty dishes into a clean dishwasher.
Yeah, it sucks. Hey, how often do you change your bath towel? Like, do you use the same bath towel over and over again?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Like a week.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, dear God.
Something
January
like that.
1st is what
Yeah,
I do.
I do the same thing only because it's clean. I'm drying myself with clean water on a clean body, and so I don't feel like it's as dirty, and I don't feel like loading the hamper with laundry that is
I'm that
unnecessary.
way.
Okay.
You're not a barbarian.
No,
You're not
I am
alone.
not.
You're not alone. Kathy thinks it's disgusting, but
Not just sometimes you have to be careful of the smell and mildew growing.
oh sure, yeah. I mean, I hang it up to dry,
Yeah.
to air dry, so
line dry.
Over the TV.
Yeah.
Are you once a week? How often you wash them?
No, like probably every other day.
Oh, man, that's a lot.
Yeah.
let's
Sorry.
see. Let me go to.
I use the washer. I have no problem using that.
I have Frank on the line. Hey, Frank. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Frank, what's up, man?
So my car came with 2 remote starts, and one of them broke. So I have a second one that works perfectly fine, but
Like, I don't want to go through that loss again, so I just don't use it. And I'd rather just walk out to my car, start in the morning, and then go back in the house being like, gosh, I wish I still had 2 remote starts.
You don't want to risk it because you're down to just one. What if that breaks?
You had a backup.
Yeah.
Exactly. But, yeah, I don't know how to replace the remote start, so we're just not going to go through.
Like, what would someone do if they wanted to get a new one? You'd have to, I guess, go buy one.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I'm not doing that.
That right? All right. Thank you for
Can't play me for a sucker.
I appreciate that. Yeah, this all got started because of this email that we got who said that the guy's in-laws' garbage disposal, they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it, so they actually keep a trash bag in the sink next to it.
It's funny, yeah.
To just throw the scraps in. Which, by the way, I did. We had a clog, a drain issue, and we had I called Horizon out, and the tech came and fixed, and he was telling me some stuff about the garbage disposal that I didn't know. As far as using, he's like, yeah, I mean, it's there for the purpose of breaking that stuff up and it going down the tube, but not everything breaks up that well and can eventually cause a clog. And he was telling me some of the things I didn't realize. He said what you shouldn't put in the garbage disposal, eggshells. Yeah. He said they eventually, he described them as a net. There's a membrane on the inside of the shell, and it goes down in there, and it won't fully dissolve, and it will. I have thrown thousands of eggs down into the disposal over years, and he's like, "Yeah, that's one you need to avoid." I was like, I had no idea.
I think potatoes can turn into like a glue. So like there are a whole bunch of foods that you can't put down there because
what's the purpose? Then,
I know, but you got to be selective in what you can and can't put down there.
Nick pulled up this list real quick. I know we have to take a break, Case, but let's see. Oh. Clam and oyster shells, really?
Yeah, don't do that.
I didn't
rocks,
know that.
Don't put rocks in there.
What about wrenches?
No, grease, oil, a large amount of vegetable peels, large number of eggshells, it says here, artichokes in particular, and corn husks are things you should stay away from. Wow. Okay. Anyway, listen, thank you guys for your calls. We appreciate it. And thank you to Brian from Lewis, Delaware, for sending in that suggestion. We have to take a break because we're going to go live on Fox Good Day when we return. We have the bizarre file to get to. We have MMR's concert cash and your first chance at winning $500 and MMR bikini tickets to the field. And you can walk on my team. You can participate and be a part of this if you donate and sign up for Team Preston WMMR. You get a team T-shirt. We will actually get to walk on Lincoln Financial Field. If you've always wanted to be down there on the field. Pretty cool. Chance to do that. Swoop will be there, Eagles cheerleaders, and not to brag or anything, but I'm this year's media honored hero. Wow. So I'm getting an award. So thank you, everyone. Please quiet down. And you can hear my call late in the night. Whatever it is, I can't make that noise again. And that's me. So anyhow, yeah, it's coming up on the 12th of June, and it's for Crohn's and Colitis Foundation research, education, and patient support services for those suffering from inflammatory bowel diseases, which are insanely painful, gang. So if you could help out, that would be great. And sign up for the team. And just go to WMMR.com and click on events, and you will find the info there, and would love to have you on the team.
Preston, I got a text yesterday from Giovanna Pisano. Giovanna won our Isolation Idol contest. Remember that from 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic? Her band, Dinah, is going to be playing at your event. So she's she saw the information on the website, and she's like, "Oh my God, I get to see Preston." She was on our show via Zoom, but never got to meet us.
Yeah.
So Giovanna and her band are going to be there at that event on June 12th, which is really cool.
They always have several bands in different parts of the concourse playing as you're walking along, and there's usually, like superheroes and things. It's really cool.
But it's cool also. You've had to do it in a more mitigated way over the past couple of years, and this is sort of a return to what everyone loved about the event.
All these upcoming events are finally going to be what they once were, which is great. So participate.
You am them.
If you can. We am them. All right, I got this email. It was a little while back, but better late than never. I thought this was an interesting question to pose to people. So I got this email from Brian, who lives in, is it Lewis, Delaware? Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Lewis, Delaware, yeah. L-A-W-E-S, Lewis, Delaware. He said, hey, he said, I had an idea that I thought might be interesting. Recently, I learned that my in-laws have a garbage disposal, and they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it. They keep a trash bag in the sink for food scraps instead of allowing them to go into the garbage disposal.
So they have a device that they never use for fear of breaking it.
Yes. And he said, this is pure insanity to me. And it got me to thinking, if there are other things of convenience that some people refuse to use for fear of breaking them. So, and he also said, additionally, it's become clear to me that people love to do greetings when they go live on the air. I thought maybe a segment maybe called the Salutation Station would be cool. And it would allow people to get in and get their greeting fix. Now, we'll worry about that another time. But anyhow, that's an interesting question. So you have this device that is made specifically for this one thing to do, yet you don't want to use it because you might break it. But what's the point of having it if you're not going to use it?
I know this phenomenon exists with a lot of people. I'm a gadget guy, so I will use it. I immediately adopt something and I'll use whenever I get it. But I am aware of people who will buy things and never use them.
I do it all the time.
Oh,
are you
guilty of this? Yeah.
The time.
By the way, if you are in this situation, call us. I want to hear it. 215-263-WMMR. All right, what is it?
So it's not that I won't use things. It's that I use them
sparingly.
Yes, when absolutely necessary.
Like super sparingly.
Yes.
Will you actually do extra work even though you have something that could get something? Okay.
So Casey and I we usually walk into work together, and he noticed it, I guess, a couple of times, and then finally said something to me. So this is just one example. Here at the station, when you walk into the building, there's the door that you can hit for, it's like a handicap, and it'll for somebody walking through, and it'll open the door for them.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So that's the only door you can get in the morning when we scan our key card because the doors are locked.
It's the only one that unlocks.
That unlocks, right? Once we get into the vestibule, all of the doors are open. There's several
there's like
doors.
6 doors you can go through,
I won't go through the other handicap door. I won't open that handicap door because it's automatic.
It's
and
the door
I'm
straight
using
through,
My life. 93.3 WMMR. Foo Fighters round out our show musically on this Tuesday morning, 10:34. Preston and Steve show. Beautiful day today. Fun day on the radio program as well. So thank you for those who've been on board through the course of the morning. And a big, big thank you to our one and only guest today, Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
Who we
That's all you
could
need.
just talk to every day. In fact, he could be like an honorary member of the show. He's so damn good. Love having him on. He's got a few things coming up. He's got an appearance on Saturday, a signing at Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash, Red Bank. And then at the Smod Castle Cinemas, they are doing Die Hard live on stage. It's a radio theater presentation, and he's playing Hans Gruber. Yes, that's correct. And then Saturday, 8 p.m. I'm sorry, that's on Saturday. And then on Saturday, April 18th, he and Jay and Silent Bob are getting together. Him and Jason are going to be doing Jay and Silent Bob in the His House, which is their podcast. They've renamed it, and you can go by and see those guys.
It's just a kind of a short run up the Turnpike, and you're there, and it's a great area. And man, remember the last time we talked to him, he was talking to us from the lobby of his theater.
Yeah,
it just looks so awesome.
Yeah, so you'll enjoy that if you go by and see it. Matt Cord's here. Hey.
He's so good on your show. Do you always say, "Oh wow, we've had him on for so long"? You don't realize how long he's going.
We've had him longer,
like a member of your show.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's great because we just know you just start talking.
Yeah,
and we'll get into something.
And he's a good
fun.
storyteller too.
Yes,
he doesn't really drop names, but you realize who he hangs out with.
That's his life. Yeah, he's not mentioning when you drop you like trying to impress. Those are the people he pals around with.
Johnny Rotten.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Didn't know that story.
Marissa, what are those things?
Well, I have to do one more thank you, and it's to Casey and our friends at Allied for dropping off these Mario Galaxy toys, which this is the popcorn bucket. You know how there's a new trend going around where they make really crazy popcorn buckets for movies?
No.
Okay, so it is. So it started a couple of years ago when they were trying to get people back to theaters. They made these really elaborate ones. This is a Yoshi popcorn bucket, and you open up his egg, and that's where the popcorn goes inside there.
Okay, and you got a backpack and a
man,
some water bottles,
a water bottle, a mug,
shirts,
shirts,
all kinds of stuff.
Hooked up.
Yeah, Mario Galaxy. So that was pretty cool.
Yes.
All right, let's get that letter from you, brother.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
I, as in excess.
I love it. We have a 10-mile stock car racing experience at Super Speedway at Pocono Raceway. Don't give another boring gift. Put that special someone behind the wheel of a heart-pounding 160-mile-per-hour stock car at Pocono Raceway. You can get a gift voucher at 877stockcar.com. We'll be giving that away on Friday. Last day of Women's History Month. We got to play Shirley Bassey.
I heard that.
How cool was that?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know you've got another workforce block today, right?
I have 45 artists so far, all females.
Wow.
By the way, man.
Morissette, Garbage, Indigo Girls, Janis Joplin, Hart, Bonnie Raitt, Joan Jett.
Jeez. Your Stevie Nicks stuff yesterday.
All day?
Joan Osborne. No, just for the blocks, all three blocks.
Oh. Okay.
Shaka Khan, Katrina and the Waves, Lita Ford, Kate Bush.
Sweet.
Anyway, and today's Vinyl Cut, Pierre's Vinyl Cut, is Carly Simon. Yeah.
What's the name of that album? Does it say?
This is
just a picture of her.
Spy.
Spy. Okay.
So it's got, nothing on here that I. Wait a minute. I thought it had
Anticipation.
I thought it had Anticipation, and You're So Vain.
Do you remember years ago, Preston? You probably did the MTV promo they did where they had her dressed as a sexy Santa.
No.
Yeah. One of the iconic MTV promos.
Oh, I got to see that.
And she was awesome.
I just don't remember it. I'd probably recognize it if I saw it. So
Yeah, I got to find the other one.
All right, so go find the other record. Matt's got some good stuff for you today. All right, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Sequoia Outback. Experience the ultimate in outdoor living. Tomorrow on our program, we'll do a little Fox Good Day thing, as that's a Wednesday morning thing we do. And very excited about this, especially because of his turn on the show Shrinking, but he's been in so many things. Ted McGinley will be joining us tomorrow.
The best.
Derek! Yeah, Derek from Shrinking, and as we said, Married with Children, and
Ace from The Love Boat, and all of that.
Stan Gable.
Happy Days.
Yeah, all that stuff. So that is it. We are done. Rage on and have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.